in respect to process description of a specific companies. And because another tool that we are using in the very same area, we have what we call 6 ambient air quality monitoring stations, whereby they are reporting live to the South African Air Quality Information System. The very same system is available for public use and also for research purposes by students. So in our presentation that we've been doing with the South Durban Basin Air Quality Forum, we've been presenting the state of air, which on this regard, it indicates that it's very low with regards to our ambient air quality monitoring standard. I would also like to give a brief explanation on the current state of air. Let me say from 2020 to 2019 to 2022, the only accident that we recorded this far was in 2020. So currently, I believe that we are doing very well in terms of managing our air quality, and our systems that are working effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Roberts, you want to just respond to the gentleman's question there about the sea and...
So thanks for that question. Almost inevitably when I do these presentations, I get questions on geoengineering. So let's start off with carbon dioxide removal. In all of the scenarios that we use to look at how we respond to the challenges we have to use some level of carbon dioxide removal. The question is, what form of carbon dioxide removal? The approach we best understand are processes of afforestation and reforestation. But the problem is, unless we ambitiously mitigate our fossil fuels, we will have to reforest and afforest such large scales of land that will begin interfering with food security. It will begin impacting on biodiversity. And so the science is very clear. We cannot escape carbon dioxide removal, but we want to be looking at a scenario where we've got ambitious cuts in fossil fuels to reduce the emissions so that we can minimize the use of afforestation and reforestation, because to use those sorts of methodologies at large scales in itself becomes unsustainable, and that was the point I was making. We need to think about the unintended consequences of all of our actions in dealing with this particular challenge. But the other basket of geoengineering approaches that you refer to, so the cloud brightening, the ocean fertilization, the solar radiation management. If you look to the Working Group 2 report, you see we again caution and say that while these things are considered, we cannot consider them as mitigation. They don't actually address the core of the problem. They may provide some temporary relief, but they may create additional problems. So we may act in one area, for example, with solar radiation management, and create additional problems for another area further away. And we suspect that will create further injustice and inequity in the world. So at this point in time, the science is extremely cautious about geoengineering. We believe that there will be a number of unintended consequences. It's not a response measure that the science is providing evidence of to indicate that it is a viable option, but carbon dioxide removal through reforestation and afforestation is appropriate, but we need to do that again in a way that allows us to manage impacts on biodiversity and food security. So it's this very difficult balance of planning, and Sabu alluded to that in the urban environment, and we need to be thinking across the full range of systemic impacts. Because as I said before, there is no silver bullet. Do not think solar radiation management is going to come in and save us. The only thing that will save us is extremely rapid mitigation, leaving fossil fuels in the ground. The science on that is very clear and indisputable.
Thank you. The young lady there with the glasses, you have an absolute last question, and only one question. Don't have 3 in one bite. The young lady there, the glasses there, the white cream top on the right, yeah? And then we're going to close.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity. Unfortunately, I do have a little bit of a list. The one thing is, I think it's quite surprising to me at this point that we're still saying climate change and not climate crisis. Even one life lost, which is not the case. There's been many lives lost. It warrants a crisis. And we're seeing it physically. We've seen it last year. We've seen it last week. And as Dr. Roberts has said, the science is hard. It's not something that everybody can relate to, and we need to bring it to a human level. We're seeing that the global gap between the rich and the poor is increasing. There's no longer a middle class. And the third world is really feeling the brunt of global climate crisis. The fact that we have Dr. Roberts here and her role that she plays is so beneficial to us, and that needs to filter down all the way down to our national, provincial, local, and down to the citizens.
So sorry, ma'am, can you get to your question, because we're running short of time?
Okay. What I'm trying to get to is, how can we filter this down? Because the bottom line is, when there's poverty and there's people out there who are struggling, what it really comes down to is, what's in it for me? Is education not already overdone? It's not in the curriculum. Is adaptation funding and adaptation education the answer, or should we be moving forward towards resilience and give back and initiatives that encourage citizens of our country to actually do what this booklet says? No one's who's really going to implement this unless there's something in it for them. How do we get to that point, is my question.
Yeah, no, I'm taking kind of executive decision here, that you've actually issued a challenge to us, everyone in this room and everyone here, and the book that you've just flagged there is that it's really up to us to make this happen, because as Dr. Roberts said, the window of opportunity is closing, So every woman, man, child has to come on board to get this journey. And I think what we'd like to do, ma'am, is we are going to break up and have more in-depth discussions after tea. And let's not lose that issue. I mean, I can show the geography teacher there and the educational people in the room would want to also add value. So, colleagues, I'd just like to, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank Dr. Roberts and our speaker and our deputy mayor and the councillors here and the officials who really gave us useful insights, but also just added the big point here is that a lot of work needs to be done, and we all need to get work harder to make to stop the world from warming up and making our global village a safer and more resilient place. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. It is now just gone 11 o'clock. We are going to break for tea, and we have a 10-minute tea and comfort break, and we'll come back into the room here, and then we will tell you what is the next step. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I dragged you guys in. Why did you call me this guy? I thought it was going to be a question. It didn't come out. No. Let's do a picture. The parents now, men and women. Deputy Mayor, can you come by the speaker here?
A lot of things. When I was tired of
as organizations, I think one thing that is very clear is that this battle is not a battle that can be won by working alone. There is a need to integrate. Inclusive climate action is the only way we can move forward. So this next session is going to cast a spotlight to what the various city departments have been doing or are doing or have planned for the next for the short term, medium term, and long term in terms of the various thematic areas of action. Sean here is going to be moderating a session on climate change adaptation actions. I think by now, all of us know what the difference between mitigation and adaptation is, thanks to the masterclass that we've just had. So I will hand over to Sean, who is going to be facilitating this session on adaptation thematic areas. And I think maybe to start off, Sean, you can call everybody to the stage that will be part of this session so that we can save time. You want to?
Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks, and I'll introduce him as I'm calling them up.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave the mic alone. I'm a very good MC. So over to you, Dr. Sean.
Now, thanks very much, Tumisa. On the stage, we're going to start with the adaptation mini panel first. We're going to split this session into two 1-hour panels. And the aim of this session is for our senior management and executive leadership to give an overview of climate change impacts and programs within their panels, within their sectors, but to try and keep at least half of the mini panel open for engagement with everyone. So it's very much focused on mutual engagement. So we have at the moment Senior Manager of Catchment Management, Jeff Tooley, who's going to talk to us about flooding, and they're going from my right to my left. Dr. Andrew Mather, who's a project executive, will talk to us about sea level rise, and Simon Scruton around water potability. We are missing a couple of panel members. I'd like to invite them up. Mr. Vincent Ngubani, for the head of disaster management, risk management. Mr. Vuyo Jaiya, talking to us about food security, and head Ms. Rosemary van Heerden, talking to us about health. So if they're not in the room, if they're not back from tea, we've been joined by one person there. I'm sure they'll join us as we go along. But in the interest of getting the session going, we'll start with the presentations. So then we'll start with presentation number 2, flooding, please. If you could flight that, and I will give each presenter a 1-minute warning of when your 5 minutes is due to expire. Jeff Tooley, please come up.
Thanks very much, Sean. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. If we can get that presentation up. So I'm going to move quite quickly. I've got quite a lot to get across. But I'm going to talk more about the adaptation in relation to our rivers. And that's really where, as we've seen last year and this week, how the impact that it has on us. Whoops. I've lost my presentation now. Is that my 5 minutes up?
Unfortunately, I have no control.
Okay, there we go. So we've obviously been engaging with the scientists, and what we're seeing from Durban's climate future is higher temperatures, generally wetter, and more variability in the rainfall, and increased storm intensity. So we're talking about more rainfall, longer dry periods, and shorter intense rainfall impacts, which will impact on flooding as well as reduced water quality in our rivers. So in 2010, we approached the university and we said, we need to understand what is climate change going to mean for rainfall intensity and stream flow. And they then the University of KZN took the global forecast models. They then brought it down to a quinary catchment. They looked at hydrology, vegetation, and topography, and they gave us an indication of what it was going to be like in the different catchments within our cities, looking at 2065 and 2100, so medium to long-term aspects. But there's two aspects. Climate change is one aspect that impacts on our rivers. The first one is our development. And we're seeing massive, in some cases, uncontrolled urban sprawl happening within our cities. And what it means, more hardened surfaces. So if we have the same amount of rainfall, if you look at this picture on the left, the green is what we had previously. And then as development increases, you then got to the light blue and now the dark blue. So what it means is it's the same amount of water coming off the land, it just is coming off that much quicker. And that's why we're seeing higher levels within our rivers. And that translates to erosion, flooding, and impacts on our infrastructure. If we stop development now and we look at what climate implications are, is that with that same area developed and with a higher intensity, it's going to raise the peaks. So now you understand, if you add the two together, climate change is going to amplify the negative impacts if we don't manage the stormwater properly. And so we said to the scientists, tell us, they had typical scientific figures to 2 decimal points, and we said, give us an average for Durban. And so basically they said, by 2065, we're looking at about a 15% increase in rainfall intensity that we're going to face within our city. So if we have no increase in development, no increase in hardened footprints, we're going to see an increase in flooding in our smaller streams and rivers. Way back in 2009, we identified this as part of our municipal adaptation plan work, that we need to start looking after the rivers. And I've just taken a screen clip where we said we've got to find a way of looking after these areas, because if we don't, the infrastructure that is associated with it and the housing that's adjacent to the rivers is going to be negatively impacted. And so the challenges that we were seeing even then, and it's got worse and worse, and we've seen it in these floods, is an increase in alien vegetation, increase in solid waste going into our rivers. And so what that does, it goes down the river, it gets to the culvert, it blocks the culvert, it overtops, washes away the roads, the services, causes flooding. Some of those pictures are from the April 22 flood. We always thought it was solid waste only, but we've realized it's also the alien vegetation. The alien vegetation that's proliferating through our city is shallow root system. It grows a lot bigger. It crowds out the indigenous, deeper-rooted river systems, vegetation. When we have a flood, that gets pulled out. So now you've got a clump of vegetation going down the river, getting to the culvert, blocking the culvert. What's worse, that exposed riverbank is now easily eroded. So the sewer that runs down next to the river is more easily eroded. The house that's next to the river is more easily eroded. The bigger trees that get undermined, they end up as part of the debris that form part of that blockage. The scary thing about the climate change, with the increased temperatures, those alien vegetation are going to grow quicker. So when we approach our systems, we've got to look at the system as a whole, is deal with the solid waste, yes, but also the alien vegetation, so that we manage those river systems as we do any other infrastructure. But we can't do this alone. So we started as a city, we started the Sisha Velo program, hit the ground in 2011. At the moment, we've got about 105 co-ops, so we employ co-ops out of the community. They're given a 5-kilometer length of river to look after. The photographs are taken on a monthly basis of the state of the rivers, and they get paid on the basis of what the work that they're doing and how they're looking at it. The interesting thing about the floods that we had, those rivers, we saw far less damage. So it was proof that if we look after our ecological infrastructure, we can protect our infrastructure better, the hard infrastructure. And essentially I've been given the 1-minute signal. We've done a business case looking at the whole city, but that's not just city finance. This is also looking at public finance. And we've only looked at the damage to culverts and roads because we didn't have the data on damage to other infrastructure. If we can look after our river system, for every rand that we spend in the river system, we're going to see a benefit of between R1.80 and R3.40 in municipal and societal benefits. We're talking about in excess of 9,000 jobs created, and I'm not even talking about the additional green economy jobs and the other innovation that's coming out of it. So it talks to looking after our ecological infrastructure, but also going forward with the growing the economy and dealing with this injustice of where the money's going. It also requires engineering input, and we're putting in debris walls. So the idea is to catch the debris before it blocks the culverts, and thereby reducing the risk of overtopping and damage. We've also got a forecast early warning system, was mentioned by Spoo earlier, where we've got river gauges and rain gauges around the city, which we watch. And we get the source forecast every 12 hours. The river system, the models run. We've got critical areas highlighted. It gives us warning as to where we're likely to see flooding. And we feed this in through the disaster management team. We've also, with the UKZN, worked with the Quarry Road settlement, and the World Bank are looking at funding us in terms of how can we expand this to the other 187 informal settlements around the city that are within the floodplain. And that information gets fed into the community, and as a result, the community then, they've done hazard mapping through the university. They know what the risks are. They are making decisions about how they evacuate, when they evacuate. And in the April floods, we never lost a single life to flooding, whereas in the past, we've lost flooding. So resilience is not just, and adaptation is not just about stopping the water. It's about how do we deal with those people at risk that are in that place right now. We use, just some of the pictures, we also use the SAWS radar to watch floods. That's just a picture of Quarry Road flood settlement. There's also the town planning that's important. So the flood lines are mapped. We need every department and every person working in our city to start understanding these risks so that we don't have, for instance, the housing department that have a KPI of how many houses can we develop, ignoring that they're building a house in a floodplain. So they're taking a person that is poor, can't afford insurance, and they're putting that person at risk because that house is being built in a floodplain. And we saw that in April 22, where some houses that had been built were completely demolished. There's also work being done by the WRC, which we're involved in. How can we better manage our stormwater? And there's a lot of information at a household level, how you can help reduce the flooding in rivers by just purely managing your stormwater on your site. So understanding adaptation, it's understanding those climate impacts, responding in present development areas, so the Sisselam Velo, the debris walls, design of repairs, the forecast early warning system, responding to future development in terms of stormwater bylaws and policies, floodlines that are available publicly, stormwater management plans for new developments, and designing of new infrastructure to be resilient for these climate impacts. Sorry, Sean, I went a bit over.
That's super, Jeff. Thanks so much. And I work closely with these various climate change champions from the sectors, and I know that they could talk to you for 2 hours and you probably wouldn't get bored because of the great work that they're doing. But unfortunately, we have very little bit of time today. So we'll run through all the presentations to keep enough time so that you can engage from the floor and ask questions then. Next, I will call up Dr. Andrew Mather because we're keeping the sort of threat to the ecosystems going, and Dr. Mather will tell us about sea level rise. Dr. Mather, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. Welcome to everybody. I'll be pretty quick. If we can just load up. Perhaps let me just start off by giving some background. We started looking at sea level rise impacts in the mid-2000s. And I think we need to thank Professor Deborah Roberts for that. She, at that point, already could see that there was going to be major problems with the water sector specifically. So I'm going to talk a little bit about sea level rise. I was told only 5 slides, so I'm going to talk a lot, but there's probably less to see. First, the question, is sea level rise rising in Durban? Well, there's the research work that I did in the 2000s. It's rising at about 2.4 millimeters per year. That's a vertical rise. Remember, on our beaches, we have a slope, so the retreat of the high water mark is actually a number of multipliers of that figure. There's some of the examples from the 2007 storm, which some of you may recall. We had a large impact from a set of 3 separate cyclones. This was the last one, Cyclone Gumedi, and we lost a lot of our infrastructure along the coast. This is a picture showing to the bottom picture on the right, there's like a concrete structure sticking out the beach. That's a sewer pump station. That was destroyed, as well as the pipework. We had uncontrolled sewer into the coastal environment. But this is typical all round of our coast. This was a Mamzimtoti main beach. Again, just prior to an event, a cyclone event, very wide beach. You wouldn't expect to see that picture. We lost, this picture wasn't taken at the worst point in time. We actually lost 100 meters of beach. We lost a number of pieces of infrastructure on the coast. What perhaps those of you who are interested, if we go back to this picture, you will see that the waves are breaking not on the shoreline, but slightly deeper. That's because there's an underwater dune system, or what we call a bar in coastal engineering, which breaks wave energy, which protects the shoreline. What the effect of the cyclone was to remove that bar and allow full wave penetration, full wave energy to hit the shoreline. You can see the turbulence along that shoreline. So these are the sorts of events that we can expect going forward with increased sea levels, because the higher the sea rises, the more it will be able to push energy onto the shoreline. And you will know that we have filled out and reclaimed portions of our shoreline over the years. So in terms of what we're doing to address that, we have put in place a number of what we originally used to call setback lines, or development setback lines, or hazard lines. They're now, in terms of the Integrated Coastal Management Act, referred to as coastal management lines. We put ours into place in about 2009, and what we do with those lines is it's available to the public. It's on our GIS system. All the departments have access to that layer, and we have a system of spokes and hubs. So any development applications coming in are referred to various departments. All coastal developments. So that's any development along the coast, regardless of whether it's a temporary works or a house or a block of flats or the Pearls, for argument's sake, gets referred to me to look at, to give an assessment of whether we should permit that building in that location, or to suggest alternatives in terms of retreat, moving the building back into a less riskier situation. I think also just to bear in mind, we can't do this retrospectively, so there is a lot of municipal infrastructure, private infrastructure, and houses that are in the hazard zone. The mapping that I've talked about there, we basically have run 3 different scenarios. We've modeled one in a 300 millimeter rise in sea level, a 600 millimeter rise in sea level, and a meter rise in sea level. And those lines are there for planning purposes. There's also sand mining, which I'm being told I've got 1 minute, so I'm going to move on. But I think my challenge as a project executive responsible for this function is, I don't know why it's time education or something like that there, but I have very little time to actually do some of this work. There are so many challenges and my plate is full, and really I've fallen behind in dealing with some of the issues. We've spent about 1.6 million on operating costs. There will be ongoing operating costs in going forward. And the other point I was going to make, that we have identified a number of adaptation projects, and we're proposing to do those in-house to minimize costs, but also to institutionalize that knowledge and that experience within council so that this program can continue to go forward. I think that's my last slide. Thanks very much for listening to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Ngubane has just had an emergency he has to deal with, so we're going to lose him for now, but we'll continue anyway. Okay, so we're going to move away from the coast now and from responding to hazards of one type, but responding to hazards of another type, not enough water, or the provision of water potability. Some of you might know for the last few years we've been in the La Nina cycle in the global climate system, which is typically associated with a lot more rainfall, and we've certainly had plenty of rainfall, plentiful rainfall in the last few summer seasons in the subcontinent. But now we've switched to El Nino, which is typically associated with dryness in the subcontinent. And the last time we had that major drought in 2015, 2016 here in KZN was associated with the last El Nino event. So it's not guaranteed we're going to get a drought, but it's something that water potability and assurance of supply becomes more and more important in the next couple of years moving forward. And having said that, I'd like to invite Mr. Simon Scruton to the microphone. Thanks, Simon.
Great, thank you, Sean. It's just on morning. Good morning, everyone. I'll probably fall into the same trap as the previous presenters, where I've tried to pack too much information in. But next slide, that's for me. I will try and gallop through. So there's the galloping. Is everyone reading? No, I actually wanted to get to this slide to show you where there's a document called the NWRS, the National Water Resource Strategy. It's in its third draft version. And I want to explain to you where that comes from and what the vision is. So we fall under the National Water Act. That then talks to the strategy, and that then talks to the master plan. And the master plan has got various, various key objectives in terms of what we want to do to achieve the vision, the protection and management of water resources to enable equitable and sustainable access to our water and sanitation services in support of our growth and well-being for current and future generations. So I'm just going to skip back to give you those strategic outlooks from this document in terms of climate change. So just as a background, I don't think I have to tell anybody over the last few years, we've had a few challenges in Durban with regards to our water and sanitation infrastructure. I think that is well known. And we're actually grappling with some key demands. On the one side, we have aging infrastructure. It's 130 billion rands worth. It gets older every single year. If you do the math, replacing it at every 50 years, you're looking at spending 2.6 billion a year. Our budget is not 2.6 billion. So we've got aging infrastructure, and then you've got the growth, both in terms of new development, creating jobs, and for provision of services to all. So we've got these three competing objectives, and we've got a limited supply. But we certainly aim to do the right and responsible thing in order to continue to provide these services throughout our lifetime and our children's lifetime. So this has probably given you enough time to read the key points on the slide. I trust you've read them. I don't want to read them out to you, and the presentations will be made available later. But that gives you an idea of where we stand in terms of ensuring our systems are more green and they're more resilient for these various changes that are certainly coming more and more frequently as we've seen over time. If you do a little bit of research, you'll see some of the flood data that goes back a couple of hundred years. We don't have a very long history. So the recent floods have been previously experienced, but they're getting more intense and they're getting closer. The bad news is that coming after every flood is a drought. So we're currently at our limit of potable water that we can draw, and the dams are all nice and full. That's fantastic. But if you remember back to 2017, we went through a very nasty drought, and that has the opposite implications. So we're switching from one extreme to another, and we've got to be able to deal with that. So we were given 3 questions to answer. I put them up. And so how are we dealing with these examples in our sector? So examples are the impact of floods. We all know pipelines are washed away. Dams are silted up, so they provide a certain amount of storage, and you lose that. Most of you will know Shongweni Dam has been decommissioned. It's only got a few meters of water in. It's now past its lifetime. And treatment works, it was mentioned by one of the earlier speakers, why is all our treatment works at the bottom of the hill? Well, I think science will tell you what flows downhill, right? And so maybe if the development is not so close to the river, we don't need to bring services so close to the river. But that's the reality of where we stand. On the impacts of droughts, typically a dam or bulk infrastructure, we do want to be resilient. We try and have a 99% assurance of supply, and we cater for 2 to 3 years of poor rainfall. But beyond that, we have restrictions. And the impact of that is obviously on the business, the sector, the economics. Just ask anyone in Cape Town, they lost half their revenue when the drought occurred. And I can see Sean lurking on my shoulder. Thank you, Sean. I never knew 5 minutes would go so quickly. Adapting, we certainly, our budget this year is 2.2 billion. We have new schemes, which is reinforcing the infrastructure, alternate supplies, water demand management, strategic stock at our AMPs. And then we have our continuity plans. We try and relocate vulnerable infrastructure. My colleague Devin Govender will speak in the next section about all the exciting projects that we're bringing to market via PPPs, and naturally the old expression, not a new one, but build back better. We don't want to repair things, only to have them washed away. So challenges we experience, I think Jeff has covered this quite well. The urban to rural migration is not to be underestimated, and what that is doing to the environment as well, the uncontrolled migration without sufficient time planning. My last slide, just to produce and share with you, is the capital budget. Unfortunately, we are underfunded, but the whole city has to carve up the slices, and that's what it gets spent on. We also have our bulk provider, Umgeni Water, with a 17 billion rand capex program. We have a council levy that's been introduced that is specifically aimed at replacing our water and sanitation electrical infrastructure. It'll become more efficient. And then lastly, the PPP contracts. And that's me done. Apologies, Chair. Six minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And maybe you can see the flow that this panel is taking, because if you don't have enough water, how do you grow crops? Or if it's too warm, how do you grow crops? Our next speaker, Mr. Buluwetu Jaiya, is going to talk to us about food security. Thanks very much, Buya. Thank you for coming.
Sanbonani, that's the last Zulu that will come out of my mouth today. I'll be talking on food security. Oh, thanks. So I'm from the eThekwini municipality, from the agri-business department. We fall under the business support unit, and I'm representing the agri sector within the municipality. It's a joint effort between agribusiness and agroecology within the municipality. And I think before we start, I think it's important for us to remind ourselves as to what is food security, because it's a term which is punted around, but at times it triggers various expectations from different people. There's 4 areas, 4 pillars that drive food security. I think this is an issue that's been debated, researched, and the UN came up with this description that it's about food availability, the fact that food can be produced within a specific geographic area. That is the availability of food, the food production, which is a very important issue, because food production over the past 100 years, 200 years, has also created a lot of environmental degradation when we morphed into industrial agriculture. We've polluted a lot of rivers within agriculture, and I think within the climate space, agri-industry is also touted as one of those industries which are high in greenhouse gas emissions. So the second part is food access. The food can be produced, but is food affordable for people to buy? Can people access it? Especially coming from a country like South Africa, where more than half of our population is regarded as poor. we've got close to 40% of our population unemployed. So people don't have a lot of money to buy the food. So food must be produced to be available, but it must be accessible as well to all of us, especially to the vulnerable groups. What can work for the vulnerable groups can work for the whole of society. So as we develop our plans and strategies, it is always vital that we plan for the most vulnerable amongst us. And then food utilization. Is the food nutritious? It's one thing to have access to food, and we eat the Viennas, we eat the chips, and they give us all sorts of diseases that we end up inheriting from the food that we consume. And also, is this nutritious food available to the most vulnerable around us? Because where we are today, nutritious food is very expensive. It's affordable to the elite amongst us, and the lower income communities don't have access to nutritious food. That brings about stunted growth to young children. Brain development is also an issue, and I think people get trapped in a poverty trap without understanding the main reason. And then the last part is the food stability. When we have these disruptions, whenever we have floods, we have unrest, we have all of these supply chain disruptions. As eThekwini, we don't produce most of the food we eat. It comes from Free State and other neighboring provinces. Therefore, if we can't produce food closer to where we are, we will be affected by short-term disruptions. Food prices will go up overnight, and again, the most vulnerable will be the ones most affected. What I wanted to talk about mostly within this period is the fact that the city is moving to an era where we are developing a food policy for the city to make sure that we focus on the food system as a whole. I won't bore the audience with many programs that the municipality does with regards to agriculture, but I think what the world has come to agree on is the fact that the food system is definitely broken and it needs to be fixed. It is not working for all of us, it is working for some of us. And there is a national food and nutrition policy which focuses on 6 pillars. One is about the human rights approach, the fact that the food system must be just, social justice within the food system. And as I said, that those 4 pillars must work for all of us. And it must be a multi-sectoral approach. It is not a government issue alone, it's a whole of society issue. Private sector, NGOs, civil society, even us as individuals, we have a role to play. And the fact that we must definitely focus on vulnerable groups and all the other issues which are listed there. Broadly in the country, when it comes to access to food security, almost 20% of us are food insecure. And then Durban is also within that same space. And I think it's an issue. It's an issue which requires us to have a paradigm shift. And I think what I would want to close on is the fact that as much as we need money when we talk about this mitigation and adaptation, but mindset change, behavioral change will be most important. For us in the agricultural space and food production space, we need to promote more nutrition diversity. Our food plate is the same. It's the same as if you go to Europe, but we are in Africa. It means that we do not consume indigenous crops which are more resilient to drought, which are more resilient to pests, and all other issues that forces us to use conventional methods of agriculture. And the fact that we need to commercialize our indigenous crops and put them back on the supermarket shelves. And then also, through the agroecological principles are being promoted by the municipality. The intention is to rid ourselves of chemicals within our food production. They are destructive, and they cause a lot of burden into our healthcare system as well. And I think there's a lot of solutions which the municipality is promoting within the small-scale farmers and the commercial farmers within the municipality. And then second, lastly, the fact that our agriculture must be climate smart, where we're promoting intensive farming, produce food closer to where we are in the cities, converting some of our buildings to be more vertical agricultural production, water reuse, water recycling, get some of the treated water to come back into agriculture instead of being thrown back into the rivers. That can help us, and it reduces the cost of production and it improves our efficiency. And then lastly is that urban agriculture is a solution for us in eThekwini to deal with our needs. Out of the 4 million people within the city, more than 60% of them, they reside within the city. We are all cramped here. There's no space for us to produce, hence intensive agriculture is a solution. The use of our treated sludge from the treatment works, the use of our treated water to come back into agriculture to deal with the resilience that we require. So yeah, I think that's it from my side, and thank you.
Thanks very much, Vuyo. And if you don't have proper nutrition, and if the conditions are too warm, and if there's pollution in the river, then you're going to have health impacts. And so our final mini presentation this morning would be the head of health, Ms. Rosemary van Heerden. And apologies, Ms. van Heerden, that you're the only female representative on our panel. It's a very unbalanced panel. We'll try to do better next time. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Good day, all. We've got quite a long presentation. Usually, health is given 5 minutes. We take half an hour, but I'll try my best. Greetings to the leadership. With us, our responsibility is actually to treat and prevent disease and promote public health. Thus, in eThekwini municipality, we have environmental health services, which is municipal health services, which is our core mandate. We also have clinical services, which is at a primary healthcare level, and social health services within the health services in the city. Our critical areas that we are concentrating on is the poor air quality, as well as heat on our populations. And our aim also is to reduce and control disease. The air quality management priorities right now, we are looking at traffic congestion and the air quality hotspots. I hope you guys can see. These are the areas we are concentrating on. And the industrial activities that we are managing, we've got 300 sites that are being monitored through the air emission licenses and the scheduled activity permits. This is led by our environmental health services. We're concentrating in the CBD in the north, where there's light industry and residential areas in the west as well. Our heavy industry is concentrated mostly in the south. And we also monitor the Durban container terminal, where we have a berth that is deepening, the dedicated cruise terminals, and the dry port for the logistics hub. Our port, as we all know, has 57 berths, and it hosts 4,000 vessels every year, with an average of 74 million tons of cargo that is handled in our ports. The domestic fuel burning, biomass burning, and vehicle emissions remains a priority, as well as rail area source emissions. The methodology we use is a greenhouse gases calculation, which is conducted in line with the global protocol of community scale greenhouses. And with the industrial license activities, we use emission rates, and we do report these on the National Atmospheric Emission Inventory Systems. The motor vehicle monitoring is done through the COPIT Tier 2 emission model, and rail-related emissions are calculated using our emission factors. The maritime shipping emissions, we use the bottom-up approach. The state of air quality, if you look at the graph there, it is the information that we've collected from 2019 to 2022, and it concentrates on the City Hall, Ganges, New Germany, Settlers, Amkomars, and Wentworth to check how we're doing when it comes to air quality. The annual mean particulate matter concentration has been measured through this period, and we have found that we're moving closely to the set standard of 40 micrograms per cubic meter. But we do see exceedances here and there, and our air quality management plan is addressing that. The low emission zone objectives, The objectives we have is to reduce the ambient nitrous oxide, ozone, and the particulate matter 2.5, as well as our benzene levels in the country first, and then we're going to move towards the WHO standards. We want to do this to tackle premature deaths and serious health consequences due to poor air quality. We also want to promote a safe, clean, and green spaces. We also want to reduce air quality inequalities in the city. And this is just the state of air quality. I'll just move to the next one. The completed or current projects that we have right now, we've got some projects in the pipeline that are aimed at economic growth and also decongesting the port. This is the city's initiatives. Our air quality management plan, the outcome of the emission inventories was the Harbour project was completed in 2021, and this was funded by the C40 project. The vehicle emission inventory was completed in 2022, and this we funded through our internal funds. We also have the residential fuel burning emission inventory, which was completed, and it was between 2016 to 2021, but this is still ongoing. Current developments, we are working on the controlled fuel burning policy, which is aimed to improve the state of air quality. That too is being funded by C40. It is in the very early stages, but we have committed to C40 that this is a policy that we will be working on in the city. Our air quality management project 1.9, with the ongoing sensitive receptor identifications for this financial year that is coming up, we're working together with Parks and Recreation that have funded the greening spaces. My time has run out. Okay, heat on population, we have participated actively on this, and we have sent some of our officials to go through for the initial program that was done at National. And this program is important for us in order for us to address the extreme heat conditions. As you can see, the health impacts there. And also, each municipality is supposed to have a health action plan in response to the heat, and we are working on this program. As part of our program as well, we have vector control, and we do stream ditching to prevent malaria and bilharzia. Okay. Because I'm the only lady, give me another minute.
No, absolutely. And we're going to shift the next panel to the next session, so you've got a few minutes.
Our target is actually to clear 177,735 linear meters of streams. We also have cooperatives that we are working with that is taking care of 25 wards. And as we say, we always look at economic development, and these cooperatives, we have set aside 1.9 million, which we are paying them to assist us in clearing our streams. Looks like I'm going to have to finish there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Van Heerden. And I'd like to just take a few seconds just to welcome and acknowledge people who are following this live streaming event online on our media platforms, including my mum and my sister in Cape Town. We like to keep climate change in the family where we are, where we live. So thanks very much to our presenters this morning. We've covered a wide range of different sectors and impacts of climate change. But the real aim of the balance of this session, this panel, will be to hear from you in the audience, take your questions, and hopefully we can field those questions to your satisfaction. I would like to lay down a challenge to you all to keep your questions concise and to the point, and a challenge equally to our answerers to do the same thing. So with that having been said, can we have two mics roving, please? And I'll take a show of hands. I'll take 3 hands for the first set of questions. Gentleman in the red, and then in the beige, and then was it Marlies? Was your hand up? Yes, and then Marlies. Okay, red, beige, and Marlies. It's not a color, it's a person.
Thank you very much. My name is Bongan Buthelezi. I come from Ward 24. My question is based on the cooperative that are working on river streams. I'd like to know how do you get involved in such programs? Because I've been reading about it on the Metro page, but there was no link to join such programs. Currently, I'm doing recycling, cleaning any kind of solid waste, whether it's a funeral or whether it's a party or whether it's a rank. I'm doing such work, so I'd like to get involved with these programs of cleansing value. Can you please give me a link, please? Thank you.
No, thanks. And it's completely encouraging and humbling how much work is being done on the ground. And in a minute, we'll hand it over to Jeff, but we'll just take the other two questions.
My question is on how do we ensure, they spoke about climate smart designs in agriculture, so how do we ensure that small-scale farmers are supported in the midst of climate change? I say this because where I come from, it's been a week without water, and there are small-scale farmers who have livestock as well as crops that have died out because of that. That's the first question. The second question is on how do we ensure that people in the rural areas are not left behind, especially when it comes to climate change issues. Our river has flooded and people cannot move from one side to another because of infrastructure. There's no proper river. Thank you.
No, lovely. Thank you so much. And I love the conciseness of these questions. Finally, Marlies, and then we'll take some answers.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. Name is Councillor Bob Daniels. I want to make a reference to the first speaker when he spoke about the corporate near rivers, the corporates that are involved in cleaning up the rivers and the money is being paid towards their service. While it's a good initiative, my major concern is when you indicated that in order for you to escalate the programs through the disaster management scheme, I find it difficult because we have within the municipality several disaster management systems that have been put into place. But unfortunately, some of them are not operational. The council has spent millions to put up these sites in different parts within the municipality. So how is it possible for you to speed up the process in eradicating the challenges that you're experiencing when these disaster managements are not up and running? My second question is to the last speaker, the health, to the chairperson of the health, or the director of the health department, pertaining to the clearing of the streams and taking, she made mention about a selected number of wards that are currently being attended to. Now we know that there are a number of wards. I know the earlier speakers has highlighted about the rivers, but the rivers are, as part of the formulation of rivers, it initiates through streams that leads to the rivers. And we have many of these streams. In various other parts, I'm wondering which are the 24 or 25 wards that she's specifically referring to. But if this particular ward, I don't want to be very selective about the representation of the ward that I come from, but generally I believe that not much has been done since the April flood. We still have a major challenge ahead of us. So I will be curious to know what action also, if I may ask, is taken against the perpetrators that burn tires during the process. That contribute to the air emissions, as well as we do have the sugarcane plantation. It's quite often been seen as a major impact onto the environment. And are these institutions that are responsible for these areas, are they fines imposed for the, or is it they are special concessions given to these institutions that they can be allowed to have the sugarcane plantation in particular burning in different areas, and that's causing also an impact to the environment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Perhaps we could just take Marlise's question as soon as she's got the mic.
Thank you very much for those very interesting short presentations. I found that this problem of dam silting quite concerning, because those are really long-term investment. And my question is simply, can that silt actually be mined and turned into a resource, and then those dams to be recommissioned? Is that possible? And then the other question about sort of home level water security, is the city sort of promoting rainwater catchment, which has the double benefit of having water on, you know, on the household level and also reducing the runoff? Is there a program that promotes that actively? Thanks very much.
No, thanks, Marlies. And I think it's analogous to the Eskom question. You know, the more we don't have power at home, the more it drives our switch to renewable energy. And 20 years from now, we might see this as the biggest opportunity we've had to avoid emissions with the massive influx of panels. If only we were making them here and it was all internal. So we've got a nice spread of questions there, and I will invite each one of you to come up and talk here. We've been asked to talk at the lectern so that you, for the camera, so it gets your best angle. First of all, to Jeff, how to get involved in river recycling. And then there were a couple of river questions, so maybe you could do them, all of them at once. Cooperatives, clearing river, escalating programs.
Sure. Thanks for the really good questions, and I'll try and answer them as short as possible. I didn't catch the full name. I think it was Bongo from Ward 24. How to get involved? Okay, so we were very fortunate. We got C40, the Climate Finance Facility, came and assisted us. We've developed a business plan. We've now had funding from the African French Development Bank to expand that into implementation plans for some of our catchments. And maybe I want to start with the challenge that we have as a city. 23% of the rivers are on city-owned land. 26% of the rivers are on private land, and 51% are on Ngiyama Trust land. And that has a challenge with regards to where we can spend council funds and where we can't spend council funds. So part of the Transformative River Management Program, so Sishanzimvelo was the kickstart of that program. It's changed to what we're calling the Transformative River Management Program, which is designed to be all-inclusive. So we've already started in two areas, one in the Kwamashu area, where we've got an NGO involved. The city's a role player, and we're getting the business as well as the volunteers on the ground from the community are involved. And the same thing is happening now in Chelinyama, Westmead area, and we're looking at how we expand that onto the whole river catchment of the Mshatazana. In fact, just yesterday we were engaging with a port with regards to the problems that they have with the vegetation and solid waste. So how to get involved with Sishanzimvelo? Every year the city puts out a 3-year expression of interest. Our business support unit is involved with assisting communities in setting up co-ops if they're not already set up. So they're properly mandated, they have a treasurer, a constitution, etc. They're registered correctly. That expression of interest based on the funding that is made available by the city We then identify the wards where there's problematic rivers, and our focus has been problematic rivers and also areas where there's high unemployment. And so obviously the budget only can go so far, and so we've focused on those areas. We've been asked by the CFO on the basis of the business case that we've presented to him. On city-owned land, for every R1 we spend, we're going to see about a R2.80 benefit through the Sisha Velo program. And so he really likes the numbers on that. We've submitted a proposal to him with regards to the expansion of the management capacity that's required, as well as the expansion of the funding for co-ops to expand it. What I didn't mention, we also employ assessors out of the community, and they are involved in doing the monthly assessment, which forms the basis of how these co-ops are paid. I'm going to jump around. The other aspect, and I think it was mentioned by Rose, is the vector control are working in these rivers. So we're also working with environmental health, and how do we bring in, under the TRMP, how do we bring in all the work done by our parks, by Sisha Velo, by vector control that is done in this rivers place, so that we can start, instead of duplicating effort in streams, we start utilizing the funds more effectively. And where we've got Sisha Velo teams, the exciting thing is that vector control teams don't have to go in there. Parks teams don't have to go in there. So it's how do we maximize that use? I can answer to the rainwater and the silt. Okay, well, I'll leave that to Simon. In terms of the silt mining, just what we're doing with Shongweni Dam, and we're hoping to use this as a learning. Toyota has got involved. They are funding an analysis of the silt that's within Shongweni Dam, the options of what it can be used for. We're working with the community that owns the dam, because it could be a source of income for that community in terms of for the management of the dam, as well as providing more storage in the dams. Now, the learnings from that will hopefully be translated through into the other dams. We're also working with DWS. Did I miss anything else, Sean?
We'll give the others a chance.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Yeah, he's worth a bit of applause on most days. Ms. Van Heerden, would you like to come up and answer the question? There was a question around enforcement of uncontrolled emissions, burning sugarcane, maybe traffic. Would you like to speak on that?
Okay. I'll also just expatiate, just extend on the cooperatives that are assisting in our rivers to clear the streams. It's important that we involve communities to take care of their spaces. And this is one of the ways that we do it. And it's also assisting them when it comes to, economic activities. So we're working in partnership with these cooperatives. So what we do is we look at our streams and we check, which ones need to be cleared urgently, which ones we can schedule within the 12 months. It's not only the cooperatives that are cleaning and clearing the streams. It's also our team. We've got a vector control team that does do those activities, so we work together with them. Where our teams cannot reach, they are then deployed. And I think we need to expand on that as well, because when communities do things for themselves, these cooperatives don't just go in there and ditch. We also educate them why they are doing that, so they become ambassadors in the communities. With regards to the sugarcane burning, they do hold air emission permits. And if there's any non-compliance, and if you feel that there are activities that may be going against the bylaws or any prescripts, we are available. And our contact details are on the website, the municipality website, and our offices. We've got offices in all 18 areas in line with the demarcation for health. And you can actually communicate with them, and you can also communicate with me if you feel you're concerned in any way. With regards to tire burning, The Metro Police does take care of that in line with the bylaw. But if there are any exceedances, we do have our air monitoring stations that do pick up if there is exceedances in any areas, and we can see whether it is linked to a particular activity during that period. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Ms. Van Heerden. There was a question around rainwater harvesting at the household level. Maybe Simon Scruton, if you don't mind talking to that. Some pitfalls with that as well.
Thank you. I'll talk on rainwater harvesting. Thanks for that question. Yeah, we do encourage it, and some of our big commercial businesses that have moved in, there's a big clothing company in Hammersdale, for instance, that has put in a new factory, and their water usage is minimal. They are connected to our system, but they collect the rainwater and then treat it and then use it on site. So there's reasons to do, or ways to do that. And then also the grey water reuse is another source. So it's often quite difficult to renovate a building after the fact, but if it's done at building stage, to put in a dual supply system is a lot easier. So I would still promote using the municipal potable water because of the SANS 241 standard. You don't want to be getting sick drinking water that might be contaminated. Maybe you've had some Hardy-Dars on your roof. You don't know what's coming through. The water's not tested. It can be used for other purposes. But I think the more we can take off the grid via rainwater harvesting, the other thing to look at, of course, in terms of being green, is just using less water. Less hot water, less water that's heated. There's obviously a benefit to that. Less water that is used in the household also reduces your bill. So that's the municipal mainstream income, by the way. So on the one side, we're promoting be green and be efficient, but we are running out of these resources. So for the long term, it does make sense that we are efficient. And putting my money where my mouth is, I have 5 JoJo's at home. So you certainly make use of that practice. On the question of dam silting, I'm just going to come back to what Jeff said. So Andrew actually whispered in my ear, thanks Andrew, that dams typically silt up in the range between 1% and 2% per annum. So it is a finite resource. If you can commercialize the abstraction of that silt, fantastic, but often it's not economically viable to do so. So that's the problem. There is one wonderful engineering feat that I would like to make an example of, and that's Nagle Dam, which sits in a C shape. So at the beginning, as the stream enters the dam, there's a weir. Any silt that is collected in the river gets deposited as the flow decreases, and it's stored in the weir, and then periodically the weir is opened up and it discharges direct into the stream downstream of the dam. So that dam will never ever silt up. But that's that particular location that is beneficial to us. So I think talking back to cleaning our rivers and getting rid of the aliens will also help with the silting problem, and maintaining our rivers in a pristine condition will help prevent some of the silt landing up in the dam. So it's more a question, I think, of dealing with it before it gets there, but the dam is a finite resource. Thanks.
No, thanks very much, Simon. And the more I work in climate change, the more I realize how intertwined all these different sectors are and these solutions are. And I think our big challenge is to be able to organize all this work into one big, cohesive, functioning body that is able to use efficiencies of scale and not tread on each other's toes. And that's the challenge that we face. Finally, and certainly not least of all, we've saved the best for last. Vuyo, would you like to talk a little bit about supporting small-scale farmers, and how do we ensure that rural areas are not left behind? Thanks.
Thanks, Sean. I think the question was climate smart agriculture, how to actually do it, and also how to ensure that small-scale farmers, especially the rural ones, are also not left behind. But I think at the crux of it, it's minimizing water use by ensuring that you have water retention principles. Where you design your farming area, you build ridges raised beds with ridges so that you can have proper drainage so that when floods come, at least most of that water does not impact on your crop. And then also introducing mulching as you plant so that you can retain moisture and reduce your need for continuous irrigation. That's less diesel being used by yourself. And then also minimum tillage, introducing minimum tillage practices. Sometimes farmers think that farming means that every time you plant, you got to pull out the big tractors, run them back and forth into thousands of hectares. That contributes to greenhouse gases. It kills a lot of bugs on the soil, and it damages the biodiversity which is there. But if we reduce the use of those, you raise your beds, you till once, you restore the biodiversity, which is very helpful for your soil health, your soil nutrition, brings back even the bugs that brings the gases which are useful for your plant production. And you will see the result in your yield when you do that, using more organic materials as you plant. And as I said earlier, the reduction of synthetic chemicals in our use of fertilizers, because it pollutes, but it also has negative health impacts on the food that we consume, and also it degrades the soil. In the long run, most soil areas where they've been commercially farming over the past 50 years, that soil can't produce anything on its own. So I think it's just taking into those principles. There's a lot of reading material and infographics which are available with our agroecology unit. I think if you go to our website, you'll be able to find those. And I think working with our communications unit, I think we need to start a drive whereby we promote such uses for a household because they are easier at a small scale, and then start working and promoting the same with the commercial farmers. I hope that answered. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Boya. So, you know, we've shifted the second panel, the mitigation panel, to after lunch, and that's why we're able to take a few more questions, but we are very rapidly approaching lunchtime. I'm going to give this half of the hall a chance to ask questions this time. So if you want to just put your hands in the air, and we'll take another 3 questions. I have Gerda, a gentleman right at the back. My eyes are not good enough to see who you are, but I think I recognize you. And then we can take one more if there's another hand. Otherwise, I'm going to go across to the other side. Going. Got it.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Program Director. I'm Gerda from Safe Cities Forum. We're an environmental conservation non-profit company. And I just want to say, firstly, I wish there was better synergy between the different layers of government in organizing this event, because there is also a major or 2 major events taking place, the water and sanitation in Durban and also the Green Youth in Durban currently. And it would have been great if this workshop was part of those events, because for people like us from civil society who's passionate about these matters, you know, it's difficult to be present in all these places at the same time. But I want to really commend you on the great workshop that you have put together. We have projects on a national level. There's some in Gauteng, some in Mpumalanga, and we've also very much involved with a project that we are calling Streamline Project, in terms of cleaning up streams, especially upstream, because I feel that the community must be educated on the upstream level. From a city point of view, I think there's too many projects taking place, cleaning projects, cleaning downstream or beaches, where the problem is existing or coming from an upstream level. We've heard great sessions in terms of information. There's so much of information. I think we're having an information overload today. Yesterday we had the Presidential Climate Commission. We heard Dr. Michelle. We heard Semiso Bengu, who is a senior climate protection scientist. And also, I mean, if we look at the input from, example, Professor Deborah Roberts, and also in the past, like Professor Catherine Sutherland, who has done great work in the community with rivers and streams and how to prevent flooding. I feel that we need to shift from philosophy to pragmatism. Something has to be done in terms of implementing. We can't deny that we need all the information, but I want to say to you that civil society is standing behind the municipality in terms of taking action. There are many action groups, we are just one of them. I'm also the coordinator of the Umhlangane catchment, and we have several civil society organizations who really want to be assisting and involved with city cleanups, environmental projects, and so many. The problem that we are finding is when civil society is available, it is difficult to bring the municipality on board. For example, we have Saturday sessions where we have lawyers, doctors, all kinds of people from the community saying that we want to be involved. We want to, like somebody just said, we want to take, ownership of our community and be involved. And at that time, it's difficult to bring vector control, water and sanitation, all these other departments on board because there's two other inside political issues like overtime payments and things. There we are saying we have the passion, you have the skill, and we need to bring the passion and the skill together. We need the municipality also to say we have the passion. We will also put some time aside, volunteer or, something can be worked around, having the two coming together, and we can do some great projects together. We have shortcomings. For example, if we start cleaning up a stream, we need water and sanitation to test the water. It happened many times that the results came back that there were very high levels of E. coli. Then we can't touch the stream, and I can't allow my volunteers to work in the stream. So that's why I'm saying there must be a working together. Just
Thanks,
one question. Okay. Can I just ask the pressing
You've got a
question?
question there, but please make it quick.
All right. We need to know how can we mobilize law enforcement and increase the members of law enforcement, because we find there are many people dumping, all kinds of environmental crimes, and although we find it's possible to nab those people, but the members of law enforcement are very few and far apart. Thank you, Sean.
No, thanks. We got there in the end. Can we have the gentleman at the back there, please? Yeah, that's right.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Mangat Lamini. I'm representing Fruit Shake Production, an eco-friendly company where I produce the animation awareness project, which is tend to inspire viewers to take actions toward protecting and preservation our planet. So my question is it possible the panelists help me write letters urging KZN Film Commission to fund my projects? Because as a human beings, I believe we're making progress by solving problems. So the problem that we have, it's a global issue. So I am asking the assistance from the panelists maybe to write the letters to KZN Film Commission to produce this environmental awareness project.
And then our last question is down here, the gentleman in the brown vest on that side. So Paul Lendega is charging around in the high heels, but doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks as well for the presentation that you guys did. In terms of the youth, there is not much programs that is being done. I just wanted to know how can we, going forward, help and raise awareness to the community, as I, for one, wants to do this in my community and start a disaster management program for youth that we can implement in our areas. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay. Last question.
Just a question to Dr. Andre Mather. How do you guys determine the sea level that's rising at 2.7 millimeters a year? Is there someone in Durban? Then I want to challenge you as well and the people in this audience to go on Google Earth. The image that you were showing in 2007 of a Mamzamtoti beach that lost 90 meters. Go today and look again. I windsurf there. That 90 meters is back. Thank you.
No, thanks. And I'm sure Dr. Mather is very happy to answer that question. So these will be the last answers we can provide. Just a summary of them. Gerde really synthesized it down into how do we mobilize law enforcement to underpin the work that we do. So I'm not sure who would like to answer that one, but I'll leave it open to anyone. Mr. Lamini, the eco-friendly animation awareness. It is a question around how we generate support for projects that we're running from communities. And so that's another open question. There's quite a specific question around disaster management, youth awareness, raising awareness. I'll hand that over to you. And then finally, Dr. Mather will ask you to account for the research that you did when you got your PhD. Who would like to take the first question? It's the mobilizing law enforcement. Yeah, we'll do them both at the same time then. Thanks so much. Oh, maybe just introduce yourself.
Okay. Okay, my name is Wilfred Mkwanazi from eThekwini Disaster Management. The first question, it's a youth project. First of all, let me indicate that disaster management, it's everybody's business. It affects everybody, whether you are in a formal or informal sector. Let me go back a little bit to say that within that seven years, we had about 4, which is 2017, 2019, 2022, now it's 23 disasters that is actually caused that are related to climate change. It's only 2 that were health related and only 1 that were related to security, which was looting. But by saying that, I'm saying that everybody should be involved when we talk about disasters. In terms of the youth, the program that we are having, that I'm going to talk, it's a question of, we have identified almost all the wards that are most vulnerable to various disasters. And we have started a program of training the youth in those particular wards. And that program have already started. And we are looking forward to roll that program into all eThekwini ward, because we know that the first responders to disasters are community on the ground. If you look at the department, the various departments are the secondary, but are the people who are on the forefront of disasters are communities. That question of saying the involvement of youth, to us, we know that they are very important to us, and that program we will ensure that we roll out to all other wards. Like I've indicated that since we have these recent disasters, right now the people that is actually supporting us are youth, because they are actually capturing those incidents that have been happening in those particular wards. So I will respond by saying that we will actually involve the youth in our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkwanazi. In terms of the entryway for projects, especially around environmental awareness, maybe I could, would you mind talking to that, Tumisa, around how to possible entryways for funding. But while Kumisa is coming up, maybe Dr. Mather, if you want to talk to us about 2.7 millimeters per year.
Yeah, thanks, Sean, and thanks for that question. The South African Navy has a hydrographic office which maintains a set of tide gauges in all of our major ports. And so in terms of Durban's particular tide gauge, they have recordings taken every 3 minutes from 1957 to, I think when I did my analysis, they updated up to 2003. So that data is about 1.5 million recordings of water levels. They use the water levels to determine the state of the tide, particularly when they need to prepare bathymetric maps of harbors to ensure safe shipping. So I took that data set and analyzed that, and that is that graph that I did show you on the first page. My analysis is it's 2.7 millimeters per year with a confidence interval, 95% confidence interval of 0.05 of a millimeter. If you want to catch me afterwards, I'm happy to share, because I also did virtually all the other South African gauges, as well as right up to Kenya, out to Mauritius and Reunion Island. I think just on the Amanzimtoti picture, absolutely the sand does come back. I think the point I'm trying to make is that the impacts we are going to see is always going to be a combination of things. So we're going to have raised sea levels, which under normal wave conditions is not a problem. The minute you combine that with a large wave event, then you get that punch back. And I did talk about wave energy penetration, erosion, etc. So essentially what I'm trying to explain there is, in time, the water levels are going to creep up, which means that these sorts of erosion events are going to be more frequent, and they're going to be further back. I hope that answers. If I haven't answered your question, I'm happy to chat afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like a good lunchtime talk, and it's well worth taking the opportunity to chat with Andrew. I've been the beneficiary of his conversations for many years now. So we're drawing this panel to a close, and I'm going to hand over to Mr. Kumisa Tengwa in a minute. But I'd first of all just like to thank everyone for engaging, learning, asking questions, and being in the room rather than on your phone. And then thanks to my panel here for your excellent inputs over the various topics. Thank you very much. Kumisa?
Thank you, Sean. Shall we give them another round of applause, please? This was a very informative session, and maybe just before we break for lunch, just to let you know that we are going to have another one just after lunch that will be focusing on mitigation. The idea today was not to bombard you with information, but just to give you a glimpse and set the scene in terms of what is available and what kind of responses the City of Durban has been engaging or is involved in, and so that in preparation for the end of today, wherein we will be calling upon the various stakeholders here to start thinking about the role that they will be playing in a local government-based climate change governance structure. But that is still more information to come after lunch, where we will have the scene set for us in terms of what the structures look like in the envisaged climate change bill. Show an example of the like at national. So there is a very important reason why you are here, even though we are starting with the city officials leading here and with your participation, of course. But at the end of the day, going forward and to continue with this conversation and discussion, we are looking into a climate change governance structure that is much more inclusive than we currently have. That said, I want to then focus issues that have been raised around the involvement of the youth. I remember during the Fees Must Fall campaign, the one thing that stuck to me in my mind that was being said by the youth was nothing for us without us. And I'm throwing back the challenge to the youth to say, when you have been given a platform, when you are part of that structure that we are envisaging, we want to hear from you what it is that you're bringing to the table, what it is, because from Professor Roberts' masterclass earlier on, it's very clear that it is the youth that will be very much affected. I mean, some of us will be dead by the time we experience the worst of these events. So you need to be part and parcel of deciding whether you live to old age or not. So with that said, the gentleman that was talking about the animation awareness project that he is involved in, that's a very, very interesting project that you are championing. I didn't get your name. And definitely, I think in my department, there are a lot of people in the municipality who can actually assist you apply to various spaces that will fund work like that. I'm hoping that we can share contact details so we can take the conversation offline. Right now, we will be breaking for lunch, colleagues, and we should be back here by 1:45. The time now is just after 1. We have about 40 minutes for lunch. 1:45, if we can be here, so that we can finish our program for today just before 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, gentlemen, can I invite, I think, Mr. Ndebele first? Because of course, as we know that land planning, it cuts across different functions. And we always say that the land planning decisions that we take today, of course, they will have, the impacts for now, but also for future generations. So he'll talk, he didn't prepare any presentation, but he'll just talk off the cuff and just indulge us about the role that, of course, planning plays, in the different functions, city sectors, and of course the interventions and the programs that we have to that effect. And of course, he spoke earlier on around some adaptation interventions that we deploy in the city, and also the issues around mitigation as well, and the interlinkages or synergies with transport. I think I'll give you 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon again, colleagues, and maybe the leadership if it's still here. I think I had already touched base on the issue of our interventions in the first session when there was a question that was posed. I think in my response there, I was partly touching on the issue of the adaptation and also the issue of mitigation. Maybe I can just focus on the intervention or interventions that we are currently embarking on in consultation with other departments, particularly our eThekwini Transport Authority, but obviously it will include other departments. It all starts from a question that was asked by a member of one of the officials. A route that some of you are familiar with, the Tumsani Makaya corridor or 6C3. That's an area that has been earmarked to take into account the issue of transit-oriented development. What essentially it entails, you are linking two nodes, your Inc node and also Pinetown. Through this corridor, as we call it, C3. Generally what it means, if you have that type of proposed TOD development, you want to intensify the uses that will be along the corridor so that the corridor does not become just a dead corridor. And then you also want to densify the nodes that it's linking so as to keep what I mentioned, that you will increase the public transport because the public transport will carry more passengers, people, as opposed to the individual automobiles. In doing so, it means, like I had demonstrated, if you were just using automobiles to travel from Bridge City to Pinetown, you'll be burning more fossil fuel if you're using private automobiles or cars. But if you take people using the public bus system, or you'll be, for the same fossil fuel greenhouse gas emission, but you are taking more numbers, and then there will be less automobiles, and then obviously less emission. Having said so, eThekwini, I suppose, just like most of your coastal towns, unfortunately the environment of eThekwini is very undulating. It's unlike Joburg or Free State. the idea is that you will densify all amenities, mixed-use amenities that are along the corridor. It will be high-rise or call it 3-story, whatever density, and then you gradually go low density as you move away from the corridor itself. But if you look at the Dumisani Makhaya as it stands, the terrain is very undulating, steep. So it means some of the ideal components of the TODs that you would need to employ, you'll be challenged by the terrain that you'll have to have huge excavations to try and deal with the issue of mixed use, high density along the corridor. But not only that, you are not dealing with the greenfield development. There are already established communities, residents along the corridor at Kwamashu and Newlands East. If you're starting from there, I think all the way from Duff's Road, if you follow that corridor. So it means you would need to have some relocation of some sort if you were to deal with the issue of densification along those corridors. So those are some of the challenges that one would have. But otherwise, as a route itself, I think it's a desired route that one can employ to deal with those things. Maybe I can just touch base that some of the challenges that we actually encounter with the issue of transportation, I'm sorry that people will say, oh, here he comes, he's going to blame apartheid, but that's a reality. When apartheid designed cities, they put people on the periphery, and now what we're trying to do is to integrate those communities that were generally separated. So, but with these routes that we're doing, or this kind of a proposal, it will go a long way, at least to take people from the place of residence into employment opportunities, and then also nodal development. But we're not only looking into one mode of transport. In certain areas, we look at multimodal, but I think Babu Manyati will also be able to get into the details of that. I think I've dealt with my five minutes. Thank you very much.
And thank you for sticking with the time allocation. I think the sequence there, can I invite Mr. Mutley from CSW? Can we have the CSW presentation, please? Again.
Good afternoon, everyone. To the leadership, colleagues, industry, it's a good opportunity to present the solid waste case. And I must say, most often, waste guys go last in presenting, so I'm privileged to go second today. All right, so the first question that we were asked is, how is climate change expected to impact upon the waste sector? All right, so the biggest contaminant you can see is methane. So that's landfill gas, predominantly made up of CH4, anything between 50 to 60% methane. And that, from a greenhouse gas impact, has some 26 times potent on the atmosphere. So what has the waste team done? This is not something new. It goes back to recognize the need to extract this harmful gas and utilize it as an energy resource. And you can see from the picture how the ozone has been depleted over time. That was taken in 2006, so one can imagine in 2023 what the ozone is. 25% of the global emissions is from the waste space. Bulk of that is made up from transportation. So the waste management game is about collecting the waste from A and taking it to final disposal. So there's a busy bee network of these refuse trucks on the road. And with these trucks running off conventional diesel, you have what's called short-lived climate pollutants in terms of atmospheric damage. And then there's only 11% from the landfills. And that collectively is the impact on the whole waste chain. So from the time one waste gets picked up, the truck moves either to a transfer station or to a landfill site, and eventually for final disposal. And throughout that value chain in the business, you have the impact. So what are the actions? What have we done over time in terms of addressing and bringing or mainstreaming climate change into the business? So the easiest thing is don't reduce the waste in the first place. And I think there's still a long way to go in terms of how we achieve that. But to focus on the immediate actions, what we call the low-hanging fruits, There's a lot of attention gone into waste collection planning, optimization of resources, minimizing the amount of distances you run to final disposal, getting the orange bag or separation at source program now aligned into mainstream and relaunching that. But we put a lot of engineering effort into the landfill sites, both in terms of landfill gas recovery and engineering best practice, which I'll show you as we proceed. So we've seen the floods in April 22, as the one the other day, and going back, this is the impact it has on landfill. That's a typical, what we call a leachate system. It's basically toxic water that comes out of the landfill, and that system is shock loaded. There's more pictures that comes. That shows a cell. It's basically an area where that's engineering lined, and we place waste over the top. That's the damage from heavy rainfall or inclement weather that not only brings damage to the site, but it helps. That's one of the engineers on the site trying to plug this hole and prevent that leachate from coming onto the receiving environment. So all of this now makes you think as professional engineers, how can we do things differently and try to have climate resilience in your engineering designs. Other aspects is if you get it wrong, you could have that landfill on fire, which will have associated risks. So from a planning perspective, the city produces some 1.4 million tons. It equates to about a 95% collection rate. And we're not progressing very well in terms of recycling. We're about some 15%. There's still a long way to go. We've recognized that need in terms of the integrated waste plan to reconfigure the program into a whole new value chain that's linked to the circular economy principles. But in terms of what we've achieved, we've successfully implemented 2 landfill gas to energy projects. That's harnessing some 4,000 cubic meters of landfill gas and almost been another ESCOM in supplying energy into the grid. All right, so there's a lot of modeling, a lot of science gone in terms of building capacity over the last 10 years. Looking at collaboration, the landfills, as you acquire more land, the bigger land, we've partnered with the climate change section to now integrate the best practices of landfill conservancies with the project at the Buffalo's Dry as an example, where you can start using the land as a benefit to sink carbon. And that also led to other opportunities where you can get ecosystems enhancements and community adaptation. Now I'm talking more about the engineering best practices. So what are we doing in the designs? So we're packaging these landfills no more as your traditional landfills, but we're utilizing the land as a resource. So instead of importing engineering materials from a traditional quarry, we're mining that material from the site, for example, the topsoil, which is used for the rehabilitation of these sites. As you move down from the topsoil into the lower areas, we're using the material for covering. And as you get to the bottom, we utilize that clay resource in the lining of the sites. And ultimately, the hard material is crushed and used as rock. And all of that's being done at today's cost. So we're opening up airspace using site material or site staff resources, and we're expanding the whole development. Okay, so we've done a lot of technical best practices, published papers, sharing, networking, both on the C40 network. 1 minute, that's very quick. So just to fast forward, where are we going in the future in terms of transforming the business? There's conscious waste management action needed. That's my little son, thinks he's Hulk and he can take on the world. I think that's what it's now pushing us internal colleagues to do, is to try to do better or try to do more with the little that we have. We've done some very good work recently with National Treasury, where we're packaging the landfills as alternative waste management facilities, where the littles now work in a climate circular model that will promote not only environmental best practice, but build social capital as well. Okay, so these are some of the proof in the pudding, where there's a whole round optimization on utilization of the fleet in terms of improving the level of service. So we have less trips, more waste collected. That's been implemented now quite successfully. We're now institutionalizing a waste characterization to understand what is in the waste, to begin now to build a basis of confidence on how you can now spec alternative treatment. So that's just more pictures. The big one in terms of the climate impact, the organic fraction of the waste has the most clout in terms of the methane potential. So there's pilots that's being done now. We've taken out the organic or the producible waste from, example, the markets, and we set up a biodigester at a Basaso Road landfill, where we're simulating anaerobic digestion and we're producing biogas. It's been running now for the last 2 months, and we successfully recorded some 56% methane. And the intention here is to actually build the business case and put forward in the 3-year MTRF in terms of the forward facilities where you can mainstream these projects, where you take the waste problem, you utilize it as a resource, and the gas coming out of this project will be fed back into the landfill gas infrastructure, which is already paid off. All right, other projects in terms of the innovation in reducing waste to landfill and beneficiating, garden refuse across the sites have now kicked off with shredding at a Y-Bank facility out in the west to build proof of concept, and that's going to be rolled out elsewhere. The compost that we're producing will be utilized back in the landfill as a closed loop. The construction waste that's being produced now is being crushed. We're waiting the roads department to bring in the equipment. We've already, signed off in terms of the partnership, and that construction material will be reused on the landfill for the alternative drainage layers as well as capping. This is the future mapping at the Chungweni landfill. I showed you the works we did with the National Treasury. So there's a whole package around building public-private partnerships and going out to the market for composting, for things like anaerobic digestion. And the city plays a space as a role play in terms of providing the land, providing the feedstock, and making the business model work. So just very quickly to touch on some of the challenges, it's not business as usual. I think the effort now in the business has been placed on doing the core function and getting that stabilized. We have been obviously impacted with budgetary cuts and balancing the books on where your priorities are. We've tried level our best to bring that onto the capital programs, and I'll show you in the next slide. But I think from an environmental legislative perspective, there's still a lot of aspirational targets in trying to achieve this 50% diversion of waste within the next year, with the industry at large and the mechanisms are not fully established. Okay, so this is to show you a snapshot of our capital, mainly the landfill program in terms of those engineering best practices I showed you earlier, the landfill gas extraction, and the integrated waste planning. There's some 100, 200, and 300 million leading over, where there may not be directly climate change, but there's resilience linked to climate change in the projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's some level of appreciation of, the innovation and not just focusing, of course, on the core function of the department. I then show my sequence there, the colleague from Trading Business, Devin. Can I have the EWS presentation, please? Yes. Devin, you can come and indulge us.
Okay, good afternoon, you wonderful people. They say if everybody stays after lunch, they are the passionate people. And I always say for energy projects, you need passion. We need more passion, and so great to be here, to be able to present some of the projects that are on the ground and are being implemented, all aligned to climate change strategy. So at EWS, we have over 20 projects that are all aligned to climate change strategy, but unfortunately, for time constraints, I've just limited it to 4 projects. So the journey started a few years ago when there was a whole paradigm shift at EWS, where we were moving away from just concentrating on water distribution and wastewater treatment to now looking at recycled water, renewable energy, and resource recovery type of projects. So hence the reason we've embarked on this journey, and we have one of the longest running public-private partnerships in South Africa, actually. And I think in the earlier sessions, it was all about budget. So public-private partnerships offers an opportunity where you can secure your budget. So the budget, the expertise, is provided by the private party. So the municipality does not provide the capital. There is options to provide it, but certainly public-private partnerships is one of those vehicles where you can provide a sustainable project. What everyone is aware of is the April floods and how is that impacted on service delivery. With PPPs, I always say that it's a vehicle and opportunity to shock-proof your infrastructure. You are able to provide a sustainable project simply because the budget, the whole life costing is done upfront. So there is a commitment for a long term, and hence the reason you'll be able to always leverage on the private sector's expertise. So with that, I'll just move on to one of our innovative projects. This was one of, so in the eThekwini Water and Sanitation, we have over 250 reservoir sites. As I mentioned, we need to start looking at municipal infrastructure very differently. We can't be looking at it as just the core services that we provide. They're actually prime real estate property. And the private sector have many, beside the expertise, they have the resources, they have solutions, and it's a brilliant platform to allow them to come into your facilities to provide energy projects, water projects, etc. So this particular project, it was one of these innovative projects where we looked at how we can redeem energy on our reservoir site. So we have water coming through the aqueduct, and before it goes to the reservoir, we are able to now convert that energy, that water that's traveling through this aqueduct into this pipeline into a renewable source of energy. So this particular project is on the grounds of our Mshlanga 2 reservoir site. The collaboration has started with Business France when we won the pilot project intervention. It's been a collaboration with our electricity department, and I'm glad to say that as of 12th of May, we've been generating power from this plant. So there we go. You cannot say it can't be done. It's all about implementation and adopting these technologies. So we are currently in a demonstration phase for the mini hydropower. That's just one of the projects that you can undertake on a particular site, and I'll in my next slides I will show you how we can even expand that and optimize the infrastructure even further. So as I mentioned, with EWS, we look at PPPs as a vehicle to bring in these infrastructure projects like our renewable energy projects. So we've got a solar panel PPP that's registered with our National Treasury unit. As I mentioned, we have over 250 reservoir sites, and we've embarked on a feasibility study some years ago where we looked at all the large reservoir sites where we can optimize the infrastructure and put in solar panels to generate electricity. So that feasibility study is complete. We've then moved on to the procurement stage. All the procurement documents are now complete. As with National Treasury, they have various reviews and recommendations in their process to ensure that the projects are sustainable going forward. So in terms of PPPs, they talk about a three-pronged approach. The project has to be affordable to the municipality. It has to provide value for your money, and most importantly, it must transfer risk to the private party, because the municipality has its core function to provide services, and that's what it should be concentrating on. So this particular project, we've got TVR1, and we just got TVR2 recently, approval as well. We are now at the stage of going out to market to have a private party come in and undertake the service. So this will be one of those sustainable projects where we'll be able to generate electricity on the long term. So moving on to another very innovative PPP. So a few years ago, we spent over, I think it was 1.6 billion rand on our bulk Western Aqueduct line. That's to bring more water into the city. So the municipality at that stage had built 2 break pressure tanks, one on Ashley Drive and one on the Wyebank site. And through that process, we were able then to conceptualize a project where we looked at how we could redeem energy from the bulk line, as there was excess flow and head, where you were able to now put in turbines at these break pressure tanks sites and be able to generate renewable energy power. So there again, project has gone through a full feasibility study as per the PPP guidelines. We've completed that. It shows it as a commercially viable project. We've also completed the procurement documents, and there again, we are now heading towards market for a PPP on hydropower. So with mini hydropower, we're also going to be incorporating the mini hydropower in this terms of reference to ensure that we provide a complete solution for hydropower. Okay, so then we're moving on to water. I think Simon in the earlier presentation did mention about the current water security problems that most municipalities have experienced, the 3 metros in particular. So we've all gone through water restrictions. I think everyone's aware that, especially since day 0 in Cape Town, that it's serious. Yes, South Africa is water scarce. Yes, we are going to be heavily reliant on desalination and water reuse. So certainly from eThekwini, we have not waited for a crisis. We have some years back partnered with the Japanese, where we looked at an innovative technology called the REMIX system. We were fortunately that we had a wastewater treatment facility located in the Bluff area, right next to the beach. So it was an ideal location where the project basically started. It was conceptualized. It was then, there was a pre-feasibility study done, and that's how a 6.25 megaliter desalination cum reuse project was implemented on the site. So the particular project was collaborated, as I mentioned, with the Japanese. It was looking at bringing in innovative technology, and I can safely say it's the first in Africa implemented right here in Durban. So the project was finished ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, it was commissioned the month before we went into lockdown. It is very unfortunate, as we would have had a very big launch, as it is first of its kind in South Africa. Yes, we've had challenges on the wastewater treatment facility itself, but what I can say about the private party, they were able to still surge on and produce drinking water standard from this particular plant. So the plant utilizes a very innovative technology where it uses a blend of seawater desal and effluent reuse. The reason why we looked at this technology, because desalination is known to be very energy hungry. Approximately 50% of the cost lies in the process and the operational costs. So certainly we're in an energy crisis in South Africa. We are very much into now a water crisis, and certainly we need to look at how we cannot solve one crisis. The project has proven that it has reduced energy by 30%, and from an environmental perspective, it's also shown that it's also going to be dealing with the brine discharge. So there again, bringing innovative technology right here in South Africa. So just moving on. Okay, I'm coming to the last slide. So with the eThekwini Water and Sanitation, we have got 27 wastewater treatment works. So it's very known that when it comes to energy consumption, we are the second highest in the city. And that's simply because of the oxidization process that's prevalent in wastewater treatment. So that's conventional wastewater treatment. So in terms of how do we address this, we've introduced a pilot on our commercial wastewater treatment facility, where we're using a very innovative MABR technology, where we now be able to use less energy when recycling this water before discharge in terms of the standards that's required by DWS. So the pilot plant came into a 2-phase process. The first phase was the MABR process, where it was basically the nutrient recoveries as well as the low energy component through the MABR process, where we're able to maintain the discharge standards required. So as of 1st of June, we were able to implement the reverse osmosis component, and I'm glad to say right now the plant is producing drinking water standard as per SANS 241. So there again, these are the projects that are aligned to our long-term sustainable goals as a city, where we are very serious about climate change, and certainly these projects will go a long way in terms of addressing these very, very important issues to us. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Devin. Yeah, I think at times, you look at these, the functions, the core functions of the different sectors, and you begin to appreciate really how much they delve. And given the capacity constraints, limitations in terms of capabilities as well, because you have to, get out of your comfort zone, some of, your training, bringing in upskilling, reskilling, learning these new things. And I think you must have noticed that I didn't, alert him because I was just overwhelmed, given the fact that, most of the projects that he was talking to involved directly from the conception and initiation and planning of most of these, and just looking at the traction and the progress that they've done to date. It's really, something. Having said that, and of course we've been talking, and you also, as well as Logan, spoke about, whilst delivering, their core functions, but also you can't divorce issues of transport. It's one of those sectors that cuts across as well. So Mr. Manyati and his team, they're doing a lot of work, some very innovative, and he's going to come on stage and indulge us about some of those great ideas and programs that they're deploying. Thanks. Can I have the ETA? That HSET, yeah.
Thank you very much, Itumeleng. It's mind-blowing the work that colleagues are doing here, look, in the city. I come from transport, and I think that we're the best unit with the most innovation in the city. But just listening to what is going on, with our colleagues at Water as well as DSW, it makes me excited to be part of the team here, in the city. I'm going to be just sharing with you what we are doing in the transport space. Although currently, I'm sort of looking after human settlements, engineering and transport, but my main base is transport, and we've been involved in working out what we can contribute from the transport side, toward the climate action or climate program here, in the city, and in the main. These are the key actions that are captured in the climate action plan for the city relating to transport, which requires of us that we put in place the integrated public transport network. Colleague Osbu also made reference to that. The implementation of travel demand management, and then also providing high quality mobility and non-motorized transport, which is walking and cycling infrastructure and systems. And lastly, to facilitate a switch of all vehicles to low carbon options by 2050. So some of the stuff that I'm going to be running through is centered around those 4 actions that are required of transport. The main anchor or foundation of the transport program in the city lies around our implementation of the IPTN, or Go Durban as most people know it. It's been a frustrating experience, as most of you will attest. Because we've got 9 corridors that we need to put in place as a city. The infrastructure and facilities on the first of the 9 has been in place for a number of years now, but because of the requirement to negotiate with the existing operators for their incorporation there, the start of the real action with the new operations has been delayed for quite some time. But we're hoping that in the upcoming weeks, you're going to start seeing action there, because council has approved a new approach to implementing the program. Essentially, what will come through with this is our ability to move more people with transport, making public transport safer, more convenient, using technology to provide information and to enable passengers to engage with the system a lot easier. It is also about using cleaner vehicles, as I'm going to also touch on in the following slides. If I can just roll through this, the network provides for densification, as Usbu was indicating earlier, to address the deficiencies in terms of how, especially we've developed as different cities, densify around the stations which are located on the different corridors is partly how we are hoping to achieve spatial transformation, make for more efficient designs and development of cities, and allow for a lot of the activities to be achieved within the node, which also from the transport point of view means that you require less motorized transport to move people around. They can address most of their needs through walking and cycling, because with mixed use arrangements that we will be facilitating in these key nodes, most of their needs get attended to. As indicated, that in terms of improving public transport and contributing to climate change response, the technology that we use in the vehicles is quite critical, with two key strands in terms of how we're approaching this. The one being standardizing on the Euro 6. Those that will know the technology, the Euro 6 is the cleanest form of technology in terms of the internal combustion engine. And then the other option, of course, is to go with the electric or hydrogen, as the other options in terms of technology for the vehicles. But in as far as the internal combustion engine vehicles are still being produced, we're standardizing now on Euro 6, which represents the least amount of pollution that we will be generating from the sector. The big daddy of the programs that we're going to be moving forward with, or the big mother, and I shouldn't be saying big daddy. The big mother is the electrification of the fleet, which is something that we've been colleagues will know I was initially reluctant to jump into this program because of some of the concerns around the financial implications of introducing these new vehicles, electric buses and the like, different procurement approaches that are required, the infrastructure that is not in place, and so forth. But we are now there. We've decided that it doesn't pay us to stand on the sidelines. We need to get involved and actually get to grips with what the city is going to need to provide in order to introduce this new technology. And we've been lucky in that we have been approved as one of 3 cities in the country to be supported through the Global Environment Facility, which is part of the, I think it's a UN, is it one of the UN facilities to promote the green programs, and we are receiving a lot of technical as well as financial support over the next few years in order to first test the feasibility of deploying electric buses in the city, but also then scaling up as we move forward. There's already a team that has been set up in the city that is going to be moving forward with the project. As you can see, quite a number of units in the city are going to look to be involved in this, because in as much as the source is transport and it is about electric buses, but the changes that we are going to need to effect around that technology require that we all that's going to become involved. I mean, our colleagues at Electricity, for instance, one of the key players in this deployment, the land use, the efficiency remains key, but also the new skill sets that we're going to require to push forward the technology. All of that, we're trying to work out during the feasibility stage, so that we prepare appropriately, for the long term. The project itself, we're hoping that the agreements are going to be signed in the course of July, because the approvals actually came through in about April, but it involves a number of players, from abroad, the Development Bank of Southern Africa here, as well as SANEDI, DTI, and the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. So it's a whole lot of moving parts that we've had to put together to get organized to implement the feasibility. But it's going to, as I indicate, involve working out the policy side, the feasibility, building the capacity, and then upscaling moving forward. And these are just some of the numbers in terms of the investment that is already committed for us to be doing this. We've already been talking to some of the private car dealerships, because if you drive around the city, you'll notice that already ahead of us moving on the public transport side, there are quite a number of electric vehicles that are already in the city. The private sector is going to provide leadership in that space more than us, but when it comes to deployment of the charging infrastructure and so on throughout the city, we're identifying areas where we can collaborate and facilitate speedier movement moving forward in switching to electric or e-mobility for developing the city. I think this is the last slide, Itumeleng, from my side. Thank you very much.
I was attending a session with the DBSA, and they were talking about this, of course, collaboration. And I hope that one of the colleagues was talking about, those socio-economic spin-offs, so to speak, vis-a-vis this technology development. She's still around, and just, appreciating how much, obviously, we try whilst we're deploying these new technologies, but also trying to optimize those socio-economic opportunities or imperatives, if you like. Thanks, Mr. Manyati. We down to the last presentation from one of the colleagues from the trading business, electricity, and I think to an extent this was deliberately done, that we have electricity last, given the challenges, but of course the opportunities that it presents as well. Raj, can you come in? Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon to our leadership, colleagues, and the public, as well as members from the business sector. I'm Raj Drochand, the Deputy Head responsible for the Technical Support Department at the Electricity Unit, and I'll just take you through some very few slides. So this indicates all the main components that we have on our infrastructure. And unlike the water infrastructure, our infrastructure is directly exposed to the elements. So wherever you look, generally speaking, you will find some exposed infrastructure. You'll see some cream-colored fiberglass enclosures, metal enclosures on the side of the road. You'll see poles, streetlight fittings, overhead lines where there are overhead lines. So we have a very, well, our assets are extremely vulnerable to weather, the weather elements, as I said. And one of the things that we have experienced over the past few years is elevated temperatures, and we do, unfortunately, suffer from failures during the hot weather conditions. So one of the things is we're looking at what do we need to do to improve on it, to make the networks more resilient. We have, over time, started to replace cables that are paper insulated with XLPE. XLPE stands for cross-linked polyethylene cables. The paper could handle 70 degrees, but the XLPE can handle 90 degrees Celsius, so it's much more or less vulnerable. And the issue again of high temperatures mean more air conditioning. It then means that we're going to overload our equipment. And in terms of technical losses, which means the kilowatt hour losses on our network, with increased current comes increased losses. So those are the impacts of temperature. Extreme wind, yes. The biggest issue is not necessarily our poles, because we design to the relevant standards. And in South Africa, our design standards are 31 meters per second wind speed gusts. And yes, if you go above that, you can have poles fall over. But more importantly, it's the trees that are adjacent to the overhead lines that basically will fall over, or branches break off, affecting our overhead lines. That's the big concern. Extreme rainfall is not really an issue, but for the high voltage substations, what we have done over the years is where we've had porcelain insulators, we started to replace them with what we call silicon rubber insulators. They have got better pollution performance, and as well as if we can't replace porcelain high voltage equipment, we then spray it with a silicon rubber coating, and that obviously gives us superior performance under rainy conditions to prevent flashover on our exposed insulators. Thunderstorms and lightning, yes. If we do have these extreme events, I'm sure many of you probably, if you don't have your own battery and inverter at home, you are going to be vulnerable when major storms come and hit our area. My colleague Veer Ramarani is here, and he has to face the music when after a major storm, he has literally hundreds and hundreds of outages that he needs to attend to. But yes, better tree trimming practices will actually help us to try and elevate it, but it's not always possible. When we do have thunderstorms with the water runoff, we do have sliding banks taking out poles. You'll see some pictures later where we have equipment that fall over because of the soil erosion and undermines the foundation and it falls over. Sea level rise, okay, I guess that's debatable, but I won't touch much, but because that 2-point-somewhat millimeters, maybe we have got more time for that. But the next slide just shows some of the impacts of major storm events on our infrastructure. On the top left-hand side, you will see one of our substations. I think it was Edwin Swales. It's a high-voltage 132,000-volt substation, and the entire thing was submerged underwater. In the control room, the water was up to where the light switch level is. So it meant that it affected all the downstream customers fed from these high-voltage substations. You could see equipment like the mini substation in the top middle had fallen over. But you could see lots of damage to our infrastructure. Once again, they're exposed, they're on the side of the road, they're all over, low-lying areas, so they are always going to be affected. There's some more images. The middle one is our Cloudwater 275 kV substation, where we had a massive mudslide. It affected the, you can see the yard equipment, what we call the outdoor yard equipment, and it needed lots of excavation to try and get the sand away so we could reinstate the supply. We do have an N-1 design. N-1 design is that not necessarily both circuits. Basically, we designed to have, at the high voltage level, 2 circuits feeding any area. And we allow for, hopefully under storm condition, that only 1 circuit gets affected and the other one can still carry the load. And we run each circuit below 50% capacity, so we can ensure transfer of the power from one circuit to the other without compromising on the continuity of supply. One second. Yeah, and the right-hand side, I think these are the images that came out from the recent mini tornado that hit the Nanda Bombai area, and you can see sheets from the informal settlement blown onto our overhead lines. And obviously these will create a flash and an outage. So some of the adaptation and mitigation measures that we are looking at is obviously, well, this is an old project that was spearheaded by one of my colleagues, Roy Winant, but we do have at the Besasa Road site the landfill gas to electricity project. I think it's 8 megawatt project, and I think that's from there we get continuous power. And I think one of the concerns I have with many climate activists is that they think solar and wind is the solution, and it's not. And and until we wake up and realize it's not, then we start to say, what is? To have a country operate, any country operate properly, and electricity is the lifeblood of the economy, you need baseload power. Wind and solar are all intermittent sources of power. And even they say, battery energy storage. I'm not sure if you guys did some research, go and Google it. I think I did maybe a year ago, might have changed. But I think the biggest the biggest battery, they call it BES, battery energy storage system in the world was in Australia at around 1,700 megawatts. Our peak load here is 1,700 megawatts. That means that battery can only provide power to Durban for 1 hour. So we're not here to design systems that give us power for long periods of time. It's extremely expensive. And then, fortunately, I was happy to hear Dr. Deborah Roberts talk about the fact we shouldn't be looking at blinkers at the batteries, and we need to look at, as engineers, we look at things from a systems point of view. And if you look at systems, we've got to look at the upstream value chain, and batteries are extremely harmful to the environment. The way in which the lithium is mined and all the other precious metals that go into the fabrication is extremely dangerous. And as much time he's going to push batteries for the electrifying his bus fleet, I'm saying to most of you, do your homework on the risks of driving an electric vehicle. You watch many, and Tesla's quality of the batteries, they've got top quality batteries. Go look at Tesla cars catching on fire. You've only got 20 seconds. Basically, you're driving an electric car in a coffin on wheels, and unfortunately, that's the truth, and no one wants to admit it. But if that Tesla car starts smoking, within 20 seconds, it blows up, and you are there. You might involve an accident, you survive the accident because your airbags help you. But if those batteries are then damaged, boom, you have an explosion, you are nothing more than ashes after a while. I've seen videos of in the US when Tesla cars catch on fire. 3.5 hours later, a big fire truck is there trying to put out the fire. These are not easy to put out fires. And another thing is water is the worst thing you can do on a battery fire, because water actually makes the fire burn more viciously. So we have to apply our minds to what we do. I've seen pictures of buses, 4 of them parked to each other. One bus catches on fire, all other 3 buses are burnt as well. So we have to be very careful about understanding the risks, and as engineers we are taught to apply our minds in terms of risks. So so what we really need is, and people might not like it, we actually need baseload power. We need nuclear power or gas or hydro, which we don't lack. We are actually a country with not much water supply. So and then nuclear. I mean, people are against nuclear, but that's the real way to go in the long run, and that's something to think about. But baseload power is what drives the economy, not intermittent power. The other thing that we could do is obviously to use, you'll see in the middle, we show insulated conductors. So where we do have bare lines, we can assist, mitigate against outages by using insulated conductors. So trees can clash against the conductors, it won't create a flashover, and we can ensure continuity of supply or security of supply. However, these things cost money, and a lot of these kind of what we call hardening our overhead lines against storm activity costs money. And obviously the best method is to underground. And when you're underground, unfortunately, the costs are significant. It can be 5 to 10 times the cost of overhead lines. And at this point, the city does not have money. I think a lot of the things that we want to do, we don't have the funding. And some of you might have heard that we were dealt a blow by NERSA, and our annual tariff increase has been trimmed down by a good few percentage points. So we don't have the funds to do many of these things. The bottom left-hand side is surge arrested. That's standard practice that we use to try and prevent against lightning activity. However, if there is lightning activity in an area, we cannot protect against direct lightning strikes. The direct lightning strikes can be in a megavolt range, and none of these surge arresters can withstand the energy from a direct lightning strike. They're primarily from what we call induced lightning surges, or at the high voltage level, again, switching surges. Right, so some of the heat-resistant materials we have introduced in our power transformers and our transformers. We have used thermally upgraded paper. As I mentioned earlier on, for our paper cables, we started to use cross-linked polyethylene cables that can withstand higher temperatures. These are some of the things we are looking at. Yeah. So what have we learned again over the years is that obviously in some cases where we unfortunately are in the floodplain or in the 100-year turnaround time of a flood line, we need to move our equipment where possible away or raise the structures. In some substations, we tend to have double floors, and the switchgear is up above because it costs a lot more money, and we have the control equipment on the bottom. However, if the control equipment is submerged, you also then battle to put the system back on. But it does mean we have to start raising structures to prevent flood activity affecting and causing outages. We have already on the top right-hand corner, it says construction of duplicate control center at higher altitude. We've already done this, so we have at our previous Westville high voltage substation, it was converted when it was decommissioned into a control center, where we can basically, if there's flooding activity in the Durban area, or there's a fire, or whatever might affect our existing control center that's right here in the middle of town, we can then have our staff be deployed at the Westville Disaster Management Center. That's basically where we can control the entire network, all our power in the eThekwini area. Now, the other thing is not just the control center in terms of just having a second site where we can still manage the power networks. One of the things we have been doing, we've been struggling, unfortunately, is to bring in what we call advanced distribution management system that will ensure we can better manage our field resources, we can better understand what's going on in our networks, and we can deploy resources appropriately. Obviously, this has a positive spin on us because we optimize the use of traveling time and hence the carbon footprint, so to speak, of our vehicles. That makes everything a lot more optimal and a lot more efficient. Changing the routes, the bottom one might be possible, but generally it might not be always possible. But the rigorous pruning of trees is important. And again, it's how we engage with our customers and residents to say, do not plant too many trees that you can't control in the long to distant future that basically start to grow into our overhead lines and create faults that affect those very same customers. Design standards, I think our existing design standards are actually quite appropriate. We're quite lucky, I think, because Eskom has a 22 kV overhead lines for their distribution system. We have 11 kV. Invariably, the imports in the country are 22 kV. So for our 11 kV lines, most of the time we use 11 kV outdoor insulators that are basically 22 kV designed. So it does mean that we are a lot more or less vulnerable to faults arising from insulator flashover. The one thing that we've done for our towers, not so much as to prevent against mitigation against climate change, but we have put in sensors to detect interference with our towers, because we've had theft of our bolts and our structure members and create tower collapse. We have had it already. I think that concludes where I want to, finish off the presentation, but the point I want to make is we need to be very circumspect as to where we take the country in the future to address what we call climate change and what are the real issues. The one thing, as I learned in my BSc degree, and I want to explain to everybody, that science is not settled. Questioning science is science. And we must not be afraid to question what the narratives are. We must not be afraid to say, okay, so this scientist says this, okay, who funds the scientist? We need to apply our minds and understand really where the information is coming, and then be open to listen to the other side. Because we tend to be too closed in wanting to understand what's going on. We've got to hear both sides. We say God has given you 2 ears. You hear it from the left, you hear it from the right, and use your gray matter in between to apply your mind to the facts that are presented and decide where the truth really is. Thank you.
On that note, so I guess thank you very much to our awesome panelists. And now we're going to be inviting questions. I hope you still have the energy, the enthusiasm to ask, to question, and raise those hard questions. Can I have, yes, Councillor Ndlovu, I recognize you. Can I invite the hands, please? Comments, views? I'll recognize colleague there, and the one. Did you raise your hand as well, Modi? Okay. Oh, there. Colleagues, can we start with Councillor Ndlovu here in the front? She raised her hand first. Yes. And
thank you very much, Program Director. Good evening, everyone. That was a joke, you're supposed to know. Okay. Program Director, I'm very much thrilled by the presentations, all the presentations since the morning. The presentation by Professor Roberts. And I'm seated here, I'm thinking, I happen to be very privileged that if you are a counselor, you provide leadership to the lawyers, the doctors, the scientists. It's a privilege. Now I'm thinking of my constituency. Of course, perhaps there's only 1% of scientists, maybe, in my constituency. I'm thinking of all these presentations now, all this scientific jargon, because this scientific jargon can be very intimidating sometimes. Now I'm thinking of my constituency back at home. My contribution on that note is that, can we please meet halfway? Because there's one colleague, my counterpart, Councillor Bega, raised that we need to embark on a campaign, awareness campaign, I would say vigorous campaign, awareness campaign. But then there won't be a buy-in if you do not tone down the jargon science language, not unless you're addressing one another as scientists. But if you want a buy-in from the larger part of the society, then you'll have to tone down the science jargon. Like you create memes, you make illustrations, you create memes so that even an old gogo can understand what climate change is, your mitigation, your adaptation, etc. You have to tone down, you make it user-friendly, a user-friendly method so that you get a buy-in from the larger part of the society. Having said that, Mr. Manyati, I'm not objecting the electric car innovation. I'm not objecting it. It's a brilliant idea. But on the same breath, I'm thinking, because now you made mention of feasibility. Now I'm thinking now, is the feasibility study, does it cover the load shedding effects? Because I'm thinking of the load shedding now. I'm thinking now, what happens when I'm driving my electric car, then boom, there's load shedding, and I need to go to the charging station, and how far is the charging station? I'm thinking of that as a layman, because I'm not from your profession, guys. Please pardon with me. If you could answer to that, because if you speak of feasibility study, there's the only thing I'm thinking of, the effect of the load shedding if we switch to the electric cars. Thank you so much.
Okay. Alisa? Yes, maybe we can go to the gentleman.
Thanks, man. Let me tell you, I'm Councillor van Rysd. I sit on the Finance Committee as well. And I must say, I want to commend this last speakers because it speaks to real problems for real people. The stuff that you do makes me proud. Gas to electricity, I mean, great. And we are the leaders. I didn't even know that. What does concern me, however, is the Transport Department. We definitely have to look into your budget. We cannot have people's transport only coming to realization in 2045. I mean, is that our vision? In the old days, any town that you want to develop economically, you get a railway line going through it. The minute there's people can commute, your economy can grow. Besides that, I mean, most of our cargo is being moved with vehicles and trucks. Why are we not using our railway lines? If we are serious about looking after people and building our economy, let's start with sorting out the roads and the infrastructure first, before we worry about the pie in the sky here. I'm definitely looking into supporting your budget and increasing both of your transport and electricity and solid waste, because you guys spoke to us today. This makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we can get the two other questions or comments.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for all your inputs. I spent the greater part of my day from the morning right now till the afternoon. And what's going through my mind right now, is this just a talk shop? Or is it just tick the box? Now, the last speaker alluded to having a questioning mind, questioning the science. Professor Deborah spoke earlier on, and she made comment to the effect that this is the 6th assessment cycle synthesis report. And what we need is political will and societal will. Now we can have another workshop, but if we don't get the buy-in from the politicians, from the decision makers, from the lawmakers, then exactly in the words of Professor Deborah Roberts, climate change poses an existential threat to the well-being of us. So I'm saying there's a lot of theory that went in here today. And well and good. If I was sitting overseas as an investor, I would be reading all the reports, all the presentations that you're put, and I say, wow, eThekwini, and by extension South Africa, has a very good plan on climate change and its mitigation and adaptations. But all the speakers here on the ground, I think that my sister there spoke about education starting in school. My other sister here has alluded to the scientific jargon. So yes, we need to, there's an aspect in the Municipal Systems Act, we speak about community participation. That's a legal requirement in terms of the act. So you've got to go around with the community participation people and get the buy-in, because we're not going to stop climate change if we have the attitude that we currently have. So in closing, I say, let's work together. Masi, what's it called? I think Masi Sane. Yeah, I forget her. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, we got you. Was there another hand, Lindega? Yeah, maybe let's have that last one, because his was more of a comment.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bongani. I just want to make a short comment about the observation that I've been observing where I reside. In the past 3 days or 4 days, I'm residing in a small shack house, and the water was coming from above my home, big home, and was coming right straight into my house. And the water was just flowing in and out of my room. And the problem is that the last floods I applied from some assistance. They came with the building material, but they didn't provide us with transport. So I was just left there, couldn't pick up the transport to carry my material to build my house. And eventually they sent some people to come and inspect my place. They say they can't build a retaining wall for me. So I'm just like confused, because they don't want to help us as the people the people that are affected by these floods of the climate change. And we really feel this, and we're trying to come to this workshop in order to contribute positively, but already there are committees that are standing. We're not consulted with these committees that are working on whatever problems that are coming forward. So we're going to request again to be involved on the ward basis to make contributions to this whole workshop of COVID imitation and whatever to alleviate all these problems. I want to stop there. Thank you.
Thanks very much for those set of questions, comments. Before I get Mr. Manyati, by the way, I think there's a mic around there. Yeah, you can respond from there. But I just wanted to address the comment concerned by Councillor Ndlovu around the issue of language and toning down. And I think it touches to the themes around inclusivity. That I think for the longest time, previously, you know, we used to have climate change being a prerogative of the scientists, but with the recent, of course, extreme weather events, we've come to realize that, I mean, as a cities, we cannot do this alone, but also the points that you are raising, very valuable points around, you know, how do you communicate these messages in such a way that, of course, they will assist the communities as well. In our previous strategy, the Durban Climate Change Strategy, we had a theme around, you know, knowledge management, and one of the interventions is around, you know, capacitating and empowering, of course, the communities. And Sean, and to an extent, the colleague Jeff, you know, they spoke around the interventions that they deployed, you know, in responding to the floods, how, you know, issues of working with the communities, empowering them, you know, prior to these events taking place, but also talking in the language that they can understand, so that we don't, of course, talk, you know, across each other. So it's something that we, you know, we take very practical. I mean, even the event today, we're cognizant of the fact that, of course, the issues of, you know, the most spoken languages in the city, the Zulu, and as well as the English. So every opportunity that presents itself or arises where we can deal with those issues. I don't know if you, Sean, you want to add, but yeah, it's something that we really try to address, but we also take your inputs and we really work around it going forward. Bamanyana T, can you respond to Councillor Ndlovu's question, comment around the feasibility and the deployment of the EVs vis-a-vis the load shedding issues?
Yes, look, I'm going to start there, but make other comments as well. I think, look, it is very important, you know, for us in looking at the new technology to understand all of the different facets and be clear about, you know, what critical areas we need to address so that the deployment can be undertaken in a sustainable manner. Certainly, energy security, ILOC is part of that discussion. And looking at what options we have here, ILOC as a country for a sustainable, you know, production, ILOC of energy. I do agree with Raj to a degree that, you know, look, we shouldn't be looking at one source of energy, you know, be it solar or whatever, but be looking at a mix for us. That is where, look, it is our reality. Let's take advantage, look, of that. And once they look the electricity, which I hope, you know, with that strategy, look, we're gonna start seeing the load shedding issue being overcome as we move forward. I don't believe that it is gonna be, look, a permanent feature. But even under the current circumstances that we do have, the way that the operations work is that, you know, you charge the vehicles overnight so that, look, they are available for service, look, during the day and be in between the peaks. So, look, you can schedule the charging, look, of your vehicles to accommodate even, look, the load shedding schedule. The depot spaces, especially the roofs, can be utilized, look, for solar energy so that you utilize that, look, as well as a top-up. I don't believe that load shedding per se, look, should deter us from moving, look, and trying the new technology. As it happens, you know, the business case for looking at electric vehicles is actually less about climate change and more about the economics. You know, because look, I mean, the figures at the moment is that the operating costs for running, look, an electric bus is 70% lower than the running an internal combustion engine. So in order for us to to be saving money and investing in the development of infrastructure, as Ubaba Lapa was indicating, we should be looking at those options. And the other reality for us is that most of the manufacturers of the vehicles and the buses are actually foreign-based. And if you're having changes in Europe, and some of them are projecting that, beyond 2025, they're not going to be producing internal combustion engines anymore. It would be foolhardy for us not to look at what the implications of that change are on what options we have here, as a country. So we're less worried about the impact of feasibility. We recognize the need for clearly understanding how we would need to structure the operations such that we factor that in. But in the meantime, colleagues here, Raj, and those that are involved in the energy sector, will be looking at different options so that there is sustainability in the energy production. And I think as a second point, there was a comment made that there is a lack of a political will. I'm not so sure about that. Or maybe, put it this way. If we were to wait for politicians to make decisions, with due respect, Councillor, we would wait for a long time. It is, I was hoping that, part of the workshops like this is about realizing that there's a call to action. There's an action on an individual basis, action as companies, action as communities, and so on. We need to do what we need to. Even in terms of Logan's business area around management of waste. There's a lot that as individuals we can do to make a difference, and not necessarily having to wait for the mayor to say this or Councillor Ndlovu to say that. So I would hold a slightly different view in that regard, and believe that at all levels, all communities, we have to start moving. And then lastly, just maybe addressing some of the concerns Uraj made around the introduction of electric vehicles. It is a reality. When you introduce something new, you have to go through some cycles of learning. And some of the batteries that are being produced now are less prone to the combustion or the fire incidents as opposed to some of the older ones. Yes, in terms of how you need to be working your fire emergency protocols certainly are different. And that is part of the capacity building that we have to be figuring out so that we are prepared for upscaling and rolling out these vehicles in numbers. And then I think I couldn't agree with you, Baba, over there. If you look, I'll be joining you in the campaign for more budgets for us to address our rail network. Because unfortunately, with the flood disaster last year, our both passenger and rail badly affected. I mean, as we speak right now, there isn't a passenger rail service to speak of in the city, yet it is actually supposed to be the backbone of public transport in the city. It is going to require a lot of doings, and we're already working with colleagues at National PRASA and the like to address that, because we cannot afford to let rail actually die completely, both on the freight as well as on the passenger side. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And maybe just to add on the issue around rail infrastructure, I mean, as Tammy indicated, some of the things, rail might be a competency of a national government, but of course, as a, local government, we have a role, and the one role that we can play is to lobby and galvanize, national government and all the other role players as well. And as Tammy said, I mean, our road infrastructure was not designed for this heavy duty, so yeah, those are some of the things. And in fact, it's one of his interventions in terms of responding to the climate change imperatives. Colleagues, I don't know if I think some of the things were just comments, and unfortunately, I'm going to only allow for that one round, but yeah, thanks to my colleagues, the panelists. I don't know if it's burning, it's a question at the back, but we want to close this session. Can I just have that? If you can be just brief, colleague, we need to close before 4.
Okay.
Yes.
So an animation card again. Why don't you, I'm talking with those inventors and engineers, why don't you build something like this Zimbabwean inventor called Sikumbusho? He built a self-efficient television, car, and aeroplane. It doesn't need any electricity, any battery, nothing.
Okay, no, I appreciate. No, thanks, colleague. We'll tap on that idea, yes. Thank you so much. I think, yes, whilst the colleagues are still here, I'll be leaving the stage as well. I think you are aware that we had 3 sessions, but we feel that, of course, the last session, it won't come in a form of a presentation, because like we've already covered most of the things that we wanted to address in that presentation. But what that presentation was going to be about, as we said throughout the day, that, and some of the comments here, that these issues cannot be a prerogative of government only. I mean, climate change, when it first started, us addressing and responding to it, it was because it's a global, a problem, phenomenon. It was addressed, at those international state-to-state kind of conversations. But of course, as we've been saying throughout, these impacts are felt within the communities. The issue of greenhouse gases as a result of the processes within a specific location somewhere. So you cannot, and Commissioner spoke about, the youths making their voices loud to say no decision, or rather decisions are going to be taken without us. So there's been that realization. And Dr. Roberts spoke, and we did mention earlier on that, of course, she co-chairs the working group too, that deals with adaptation and all that. So, but of course, these issues, they don't happen in a vacuum. There are processes, there are procedures, the governance of climate change internationally. There is, some formalities and how these things happen. Most of you know about the COPs and all that, the process of, how you participate in that. And of course, unfortunately, we didn't have the address of our mayor, but he was going to talk about the issue around Dr. Roberts, Professor Roberts rather, vying for this position of a chair, in the IPCC, which is already, she has, as we've been saying throughout the day, holding and our flag high, representing not only the country or the continent. I mean, wherever she goes, Dr. Roberts, everyone, from Cape to Cairo claims, and at times I think we take that for granted as the city. We don't realize how fortunate we are. So she'll be vying for that position. But in terms of the governance structure, learning from those best practices, cascading them down to national level, In 2018, some of you might be aware that the climate change bill was introduced, and there's been some, stakeholder engagements that have been taking place since then. But of course, we know the implications of, legislation, regulations, that once you legalize some of these things, what it means in terms of the enforcement, those responsibilities and so forth. So the bill was resuscitated again in February, June last year, and introduced formally to the National Assembly. And since then, there's been, of course, a lot of conversations again. And as the city, we recently co-hosted the Presidential Climate Commission. And in fact, the formation of the Presidential Commission is a recommendation that was done by the Climate Change Bill. And to say that, of course, is in order to effectively, coordinate these issues of climate change, there should be, a vehicle and integrated and coordinated way that we address these issues, given the fragmented, approaches. We have the different ministries that, of course, have, their core functions and all that. So since then, there has been an establishment of the Presidential Climate Commission that is chaired by the President, and that body is a statutory body that is chaired by the President, as I've indicated, with the deputy head, who is the former minister. But the uniqueness about that structure is that, of course, and this is the message that we're trying to address over and above, feeling and thinking that let's also give you the opportunity to have the different sectors showcasing the work that they've done, given the constraints that they're also operating within. That in terms of making sure that we have the governance correct, and in view of, how the inclusivity and of addressing climate change, having said that, of course, the issues of science, but also the importance of the political will is important. So hence you need all the key role players, guiding and advising on these issues. So it cannot be a prerogative of the experts alone, or let alone the state at different levels. So at a national level, we have the Presidential Climate Commission that has been in existence since 2020. And of course, with the appointment of the commissioners, and the commissioners, the first set of commissioners then, I think there were 22, led by the President, and comprising of different ministers as well. But importantly, of course, the different representatives from all walks of life, from your NGOs to your researchers to your educators, from the different labor movement, COSATU and all that, who serve in that commission. And whilst the two processes are taking place, and of course, the appointment, which is also the one point that is important, that we also want to talk to you, and Sean did allude to that point earlier on, that one of the things that we're hoping to achieve with these conversations with you today is that when you go back to your homes, of course, you are going to think and assist us that when we converge again next time around how this structure, because like we also don't want to be deciding on this structure alone and just imposing it on you, that we give you that task, whilst obviously we have the framework on how we constitute this structure, the governance structure. We have one that exists, but obviously, currently it's just been comprising of, we have two components that is led by the mayor, who is unfortunately not here with us today, and supported by the administrative component led by our city manager. So in view of this climate change bill, it has requirements in terms of the institutional arrangements, but also the role. And earlier on, I think even Mr. Ndebele spoke about, and the speaker as well, around issues of climate change not being being an unfunded mandate. So this bill is beginning to recognize the role, because today to appreciate that, of course, as I've indicated with the issues of the extreme weather, events, the issues of the greenhouse gases that are happening within certain locations, that local government was unfortunately, forced to respond to these issues. So this kind of responses going forward is going to be formal, so there would be implications in that respect. So we've been making our inputs at a city level, and of course the climate change bill is still underway, it hasn't been promulgated. So the governance structure that we are trying to put in place and that we contemplating is, of course, in anticipation of the bill that will soon going to be the law. And obviously, this is premise on how we've always been doing things, that, of course, as the city, we've been in the forefront, in a lot of things. I mean, even with the current governance structure that we have, with all the shortcomings that it has, a lot of cities didn't have such a structure in the first place, and they've learned a lot from us. So this is going to be done again with us trying to take that proactive, to say we're not going to wait for the bill. Of course, some of the things we're not going to be able to do now. But as you say, you might have seen now, one of the things, the key things actually that are included in the bill is that with the bill, the responses and this reporting that the various sectors have been doing today, it's not going to be a question of them, volunteering their time and just doing this at their own discretion, but it's going to be a requirement. And of course, overseeing that, it will be a certain, at the national level is the minister, but in this case, of course, depending on where the climate change function is going to be located in the city. So the political, lead as well as the administrative will have that prerogative. So we are going to request that when we converge again next time, you're going to bring us some ideas. We're going to brainstorm around that on how this governance structure is going to look like. But what the climate change bill calls for us is that, of course, we need to recognize the fact that there are NGOs, there are researchers, there are a whole lot of stakeholders that can make contributions and assist us in our decision making, around these issues of climate change. And of course, we're also going to be, developing some terms of reference. But the key thing in terms of the nomination of the people that will be obviously, assisting and sitting, participating in the structure that we're going to be put is the fact that obviously there should be some level of appreciation of climate change in the first place, given whatever the views. If your views are like Raj, you're still welcome to come and participate. But importantly, we're going to be putting obviously a criteria to say, you must obviously, demonstrate that there would be some inputs and the role that we're going to be obviously, benefiting from and all that. And there will be it's going to be an open and a very transparent process, so that there won't be any qualms and issues to say, how did so-and-so get to, participate and be appointed and all that. And obviously we'll communicate that broadly in the different media spaces, and we hope that you keep your eyes, but obviously we'll make that announcement, that you respond to that and help us that going forward we shape these, city responses to climate change together. I think that's what I wanted to address with that, and thanks for listening to us, Commissioner. Logan?
We've come to the end of our session, and let me again express my appreciation to the panel that was here, taking us through the mitigation interventions that the city is engaged in. If I may request you again to give them a round of applause, they did really well. We have been thoroughly educated. It's quite a lot of information to digest. The team has been busy collecting important inputs, and we hope soon, maybe within the next 2 weeks or so, we will be able to share the outcomes of this session, as well as some of the presentations with everybody that attended, so that you can then revisit those presentations when you need them at your own time. To help us close the session now, I'm going to call upon Councillor Busindlovu, who will give us the vote of thanks on behalf of his worship.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very glad to be standing here to give or to express a vote of thanks on behalf of the mayor, or should I say on behalf of the municipality. And I'm tempted to respond to the comment that there's no political will on the subject. The fact that I'm still here as a politician, it means that I do have a political will on the subject. The fact that early this morning, the speaker was here, and he did make a commitment. And I recall that when we started in the morning, the attendance was very poor. Maybe the speaker was raising that there's no political will. Maybe he missed that one, because the speaker did make a commitment in his opening address. As politicians, we make decisions that are informed by the professionals who bring their expertise. Then based on the expertise, we make those informed decisions. We make policies, we make bylaws, we approve the budget, a budget that should speak to the subject. That's a commitment on its own. Also, we need to meet halfway. That's why I was raising that our lovely professionals and scientists, they will have to tone down. Because when I grew up, there are things that I still remember now that I was taught by my grandmother. My grandmother did not go to school, but she could tell you that there's a heavy rain downfall that is coming. And she will instruct that we open the small trench or a small canal to allow to give the water away. Because the water is very powerful. If it does not get an outlet, the water gets very frustrated. So always you must give it away. You must channel it. Now, my grandmother used to teach us that is why I'm saying the scientists will have to, or our experts on the subject, they will have to tone down, because
they will have to meet the community in their natural wisdom that has been there all these decades. Because all these decades, we've been surviving on the natural wisdom. Our grandparents, our grandmother, they did not go to school, they did not do science, but they knew when it's raining what we must do when there's a heavy rainfall. Now we have to meet somewhere, the professionals and the ordinary residents, we have to meet somewhere. They have to tone down, and then, because it causes embarrassment when an old man, he calls you, he says, "Hey, councillor, the water is flooding in my yard. Can I tell you what I do?" I go to the man's house and ask him, "Do you have a spade or a shovel?" "Yes, I do have." "Okay, let's dig here so that the water can move out." Then we dig. Sometimes I do it myself. Then I ask him, "Do you see how simple it is?" "Oh, yes, yeah, I see." Some members, some residents now, they have a mindset that they must take a phone, they must call a councillor, that councillor, there's water flooding in my yard. That's why I was saying we need to embark in a vigorous campaign, but in a simple language, in a language that will be understood by the residents. Because we must also take charge of the safety of our lives. There is a mindset now that the government must come to the house and must channel the water out of the yard. The government must come and mop the house, if possible. Now, that's why I'm stressing out that we need education, 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 but in a simple language, so that we create the community that take charge of the safety of their lives. Because global warming is here to stay now. Now, each and every one of us, we must take responsibility, not only the government. As government, of course, I'm not running away the fact that we need to commit, but we commit by providing funds, by making policies that talks to the subject matter. Tumisa, to you and the team, thank you very much for putting up this program. You bombarded us a lot. If I must say, I feel like a scientist now. And thanks to all the panelists and the speakers, starting from Professor Roberts, the Speaker of Municipality, Councillor Nyawose, and all other speakers, and all those who contributed, who participated in engagements. Thank you very much, Tumisa. I don't know whether I must take it back to you or I must say drive safe. Thank you.